think we're not late. I think First Minister and I had similar problems getting down here, fighting with the dirty bed linen.
I won't ask. Ms O'Neill, when we finished just before that short adjournment, we had gone through the meetings that had taken place in February, and you touched upon the work that you understood was being done by the CCPB, so the Civil Contingencies Policy Branch, and that sat within the Executive Office, didn't it?
Yes.
In your witness statement, your January witness statement, so the main one, March statement, you say at paragraph 21, I don't need to take you to it unless you want to look at it, but you say there that you are aware of a 22nd of January 2020 paper about sector resilience, and that's a paper about which the inquiry has heard quite a lot,
Sure.
because it's the one that said that Northern Ireland was 18 months behind the rest of the UK. Were you aware of that, though, at the time, that was the concern within the Executive Office or within that branch specifically?
I think that might have become more, to my knowledge, at the time of preparation for Module 1, whenever we were reviewing the paperwork. So I don't think it was never elevated to us as an issue of concern until we saw it at that time.
All right. And we've also seen that there was a report in November 2019, the PwC Futures report, that had made 85, I think, separate recommendations about civil contingencies in Northern Ireland. Again, was that something that you were aware about at the time?
No, because that would have been produced in advance of the executive being restored in the middle of January.
The fact that it was, sorry, I didn't mean to cut across you. The fact that it was produced, obviously, before you were restored wouldn't have stopped anyone from drawing it to your attention, though,
no,
once
true.
You came back. And in particular, once it was understood within the Civil Contingencies branch that obviously there was an emergency hurtling towards Northern Ireland. But you're clear it wasn't.
No,
you weren't told
absolutely
about
don't remember that, no.
We've also seen a paper that was provided to the TEO board on the 25th of February that referred to the fact that civil contingencies arrangements in Northern Ireland hadn't been reviewed for 20 years. And the review was sought to ensure effective arrangements are in place to enable the executive to support wider citizens and wider society in the event of an unforeseen emergency event or situation. And again, were you aware or did you know that that paper had been generated or that a review was being sought at that point in time?
No, that wasn't brought to our attention.
It must have been clear to you, though, Miss O'Neill, as matters progressed throughout February, that there were barely any staff in the Civil Contingencies branch.
So I think the first time that it becomes more aware is whenever we have the memo from Chris Stewart, who heads up that area of work. I think it's only at that time where they start to raise the issues of staffing, etc. To that point, we were of the view that it was being dealt with at an official level in terms of support for health, but the issue of staffing wasn't brought to our attention until we actually got into that sort of 2nd of March period.
And I was going to ask you what date, in terms of the note that you're talking about, the Chris Stewart note, which one is it that you're actually referring to?
I think I've left it upstairs, but I think there may be one of the 3rd of March.
Right.
I think perhaps.
So again, just in terms of trying to understand your responsibilities, you've said that health was a matter for the Department of Health in February. I'm not going to go back over the issue of collective responsibility, but civil contingency sat within the Executive Office and was therefore something that you could have been inquiring into and ensuring were ready to respond to what you understood was the position in February 2020.
So at that juncture, nothing had come to our attention that we were in any way, lacking of staff. It was only around that 2nd of March period where we started to realise that actually the staff weren't in place, and perhaps also that the preparedness that you would expect wasn't in place. There was the work that I referred to earlier of cross-departmental at official level, asking for areas of intervention, areas that departments were looking at. That was very clear throughout the middle of February. But it was actually became clear in conversations with the head of the civil service, David Sterling at that time, that the staff weren't there. And I think that's reflected insofar as they had to then go and source staff to come in. For example, Karen Pearson coming into the executive office to actually take the lead on the work around civil contingency and produce that first paper. And that's where things started to change.
That comes later in March, doesn't it?
It comes, she's approached it early March, but comes into post, I think, on the 16th of March.
Yes, I'm just trying to understand what was it comes back to this point, what was going on in Northern Ireland in February in order to prepare for the oncoming pandemic. And it's trying to understand, Miss O'Neill, whether or not or what work was being done within the executive office in order to get civil contingencies arrangements readied for what I'm sure you'll agree was becoming inevitable.
So I think that these are the early days of the fledgling executive, and we were trying to deal with all the other attendant parts of government, programme for government, budget, investment strategy, delivering on New Decade, New Approach to the political agreement that brought people together. So I think even when I reflected just on the break around some of the minutes of those meetings, some meetings were directly to do with those things, and health mightn't have been the specific topic for that executive, and perhaps that's why the minutes don't reflect a more detailed conversation, but that's just to offer that up. I think that the executive office itself was busy with trying to deliver all of those things, and we were very much being guided again by the fact that this was being dealt with health in the lead, because they had the expertise. But I certainly, I know that across CCG, albeit with limited staff, there was work going on with other departments, and that became clear in that table that started to be produced, I think, around the 18th of February, perhaps, where it refers to the work of other departments and what's being done and how that was being collated.
So again, just trying to understand what was taking place, because you said in the earlier part of your evidence that there was this, the staff in the civil contingencies branch were helping other departments coordinate with the Department of Health. Is that right?
It's very clear from the briefing papers that we got that CCG it was indicated they were helping the Department of Health with their preparedness work.
Right, and I'm just trying to understand then again the scrutiny that was brought to bear on the planning that was going on around that time, and what you were doing to familiarise yourself with the plans that were taking place across government.
So at this stage, it was an official level. It was only elevated to ministerial level on the 2nd of March, whenever we had that first.
So again, just to be clear, because I don't want to be unfair to you, we've seen the scrutiny that there was of the health response. There's very little discussion or consideration about what other departments are doing in February. Do you agree? Reflected in the minutes?
Reflected in the minutes, of course, but I think it becomes clear that as we move even just a short number of weeks ahead, you can start to see where other ministers have been doing their preparedness in terms of what their department can do, the mitigations that can be put in place, where they fit in terms of the wider picture around the pandemic response.
So just trying to understand, sorry, I'm staying with February for the moment, because February is obviously a very important month in the development of the pandemic. Is it correct then that there's no ministerial oversight of what is being done, and I mean collective oversight again, of what's being done by departments in order to prepare for the pandemic?
No, it was done at official level until the 2nd of March, yeah.
And we can see that throughout that period, and indeed I think it's right until the 18th of March, that there was a single CCG meeting of officials that took place on the 20th of February.
Yes, because it was still being taken forward at an official level at that point.
Yes, but it's a single meeting
Yes.
of officials on the 20th of February, and that's it.
And
There is no other CCG meeting that takes place of officials before the 18th of March. Do you agree?
Yes, that's what the note reflects, and I think that is testimony to the nature of the Civil Contingencies branch, which I've just referred to earlier, in terms of the fact that they were stripped out of staff, the fact that they didn't have the people there doing the preparedness work, the fact that they were distracted with the Brexit work. I think it's a combination of those factors that probably led to that scenario that you've just described.
Why would it have taken a number of people to convene a meeting of officials across departments in order to understand what planning work they were doing in February? Why has that got anything to do with the Civil Contingencies branch being so depleted?
Because ministers are very dependent on officials bringing forward advice, and that's how you decide. So different papers, different options, different scenarios will be painted in an official level document, and then we will make decisions based on that advice that comes forward. It was the 2nd of March before we got that first piece of advice around standing up NICMA, and that's where we moved to immediately then once we had that piece of advice.
Do you agree, Ms O'Neill, if there was only one single meeting of officials before the 18th of March 2020, that does not suggest that there was any sustained effort at cross-departmental working in Northern Ireland leading up to the pandemic?
I think it would suggest that, but to be fair to officials, I've no doubt that outside of that one meeting, direction was given and people were off doing what they could, but I would absolutely concur that you could take that from that, Jess.
The inquiry has seen the priorities that came out of that meeting. I don't know if that's a document that you have seen, and it lists only 4 things at a very, very high level, but it doesn't reflect any of the planning that one might have expected to see at that point in time. I don't want to be unfair to you because I'm not sure that you've seen that document, and I don't want to hijack you about it, but the inquiry has put it before a number of witnesses now.
Well, it wouldn't reflect the severity of the situation if that's the case, because, but it probably reflects the advice that still in February and into early March that health were telling us that there was a moderate risk, and that they weren't asking for things to be escalated at that point. So that probably reflects that, but I can't speak to it because I don't know the document.
Well, perhaps we'll give you a chance to look at it over lunchtime and we can come back to it if we need to. But again, it's just trying to understand, Ms O'Neill, why were you and Baroness Foster not scrutinising much more closely as time moved on in February what was going on across departments in order to prepare for the pandemic?
I think it's a fair reflection that we were very much guided by the health advice in those initial weeks, and I think on reflection, certainly I would have thought that if we were in that scenario again, we would absolutely stand up NICMA much sooner, and we would have taken that approach. So I think we can reflect that we were perhaps too heavily dependent on the health approach in those early weeks up until the 2nd of March.
Forgive me, why would it depend on the health approach? Why wasn't it clear throughout February that you were going to need to respond on an all-society basis to the pandemic?
I think it's reflected in some of the notes that departments were responding and were doing the preparatory work. But it was the reality that in those early days, health were the only people that had the expertise and the advice. We were receiving the information from SAGE and were advising us. And they were absolutely, and as a matter of fact, asking for NICMA not to be stood up and not for these wider arrangements to be put in place because they felt like it would interfere with what they were doing.
Where do we see you suggesting that NICMA should be stood up? When do we see you saying, can I question that, or I wonder about that, or is that really right? Where do we see that?
So I think certainly towards the end of February and into those early days of March when we received that first piece of advice, that's where we would have been very much focused around, both Arlene and myself, on the conversation around preparedness and civil contingencies. I think that neither herself or myself had any counter advice to say the approach that was being taken was not the correct approach because we were in a health pandemic.
Why does it take counter advice for two leaders of a devolved administration to say, actually, we are the leaders of government. We have responsibility for the people of Northern Ireland. We need to stand up the civil contingencies arrangements, or we need to really scrutinise why they're not being stood up.
The nature of government is that we depend on advice coming forward, and there was no counter advice to the approach that was being advocated by the Department of Health.
Why does it take advice for the leaders of government to need? Why do you have to be advised that you need that?
Well, of course,
why do you have to be advised?
Of course, you bring your own
question or
insights.
challenge.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut across you. Of course, you bring what you know and your own understanding of things. But equally, we were, and I think this is a lesson learned, my lady, we were too dependent on the Department of Health in those early days. I think that's very clear. But I only offer up the reality of the circumstance that we were dealing with at that time, and I'm quite sure that Arlene Foster will say the exact same thing tomorrow.
It's very easy, isn't it, to constantly say it was the Department of Health and they had too much power, or this was their response, they were leading it.
It's not very easy to say it, it's just a reality of the circumstance, but it's not about trying to put all the focus on them. We have to take collective responsibility. That's okay. This purpose, this inquiry is to learn lessons. That's why I'm here. And I think that there are lessons to be learned in that early period, for sure. But it's not about just saying, trying to apportion the blame to health. They had the expertise. They had the knowledge. They were attending SAGE and we were dependent upon them. And let me be very clear. The Health Minister had a hugely difficult job. It was a harrowing time for any decision maker, to be quite frank. And I think that the Health Minister did his very best. And we all will reflect on what we could have done better. But for sure, the Health Minister, his officials, all the people that work in the Department of Health were all trying their best in unprecedented times. So I don't want there to be any impression other than that. I would put on record the great work that they did in these challenging circumstances.
Ms O'Neill, that's revisionism, isn't it? Because you did criticise Minister Swan in public at a very early stage of the pandemic, didn't you? And you went on to accuse him of slavishly following Boris Johnson. You did, didn't you?
Yes, I did. And I don't think that that is revisionism at all. I think that Robin had a very, very difficult job to do. He himself has indicated that we worked well together. But it's also incumbent upon me as a leader, when you talk about my leadership responsibilities, when something's not right, to call it out. That's not politics. That's just the difference between what I think is right and wrong. And I did believe in those early days that the Department of Health here were following a Boris Johnson approach that was too slow to act. And I still stand over that position now. Would it have been preferable to be able to iron these things out within the executive? Then yes, of course it would have been. Do I wish that we had been able to do that? Yes, absolutely. Do I regret that we couldn't? Yes, absolutely. But I did feel that I couldn't stay quiet on something that was so important. And indeed, we might be having a different conversation today if that was the case.
Ms O'Neill, too slow to act. You had all of February to act. You had all of February to do more. And you didn't, did you?
And as I've stated, we had a very much Department of Health-led response in those early weeks, who were guided by the SAGE advice that came from London. And I think that that advice was too slow in those early days, and the inquiry will critique that for itself.
I'm going to move on, if I may, to examine some of the meetings then that took place in March 2020. And if we could bring up, please, INQ 000 065 694. Again, the inquiry has seen this, Miss O'Neill. If we could scroll up, please. we can see that the Department of Health set out the up-to-date information. The Chief Medical Officer. Thank you. We can carry on scrolling. And I just want to note there, Miss O'Neill, I think there's some mention of schools by the Minister for the Department of Education. And if we could just carry on, please. And I think we see there, yes, just at the bottom of that page, and we've looked at this advice that was being provided by the CMO. Thank you. And I think reference to the fact that the case fatality rate could be 2 to 3%, correct?
Yes.
And if we carry on, please. I think that that's the end of the meeting. Thank you. We can check just to make absolutely sure, Miss O'Neill, but I think that that's the extent of it. Yes, I think that's it. Again, I think that that's largely a question of, or largely conveys that there was a briefing by the CMO and the Department of Health, and we see some discussion on the part of the Department of Education about schools. But again, there isn't much of a sense of urgency having regard to that meeting, or any sense of scrutiny or the seeking of information, for example, by you about what plans were being put in place in the Department of Health, either to continue containing the virus or what might be done in the event that it could no longer be contained. Do you agree?
So this is the meeting dated the 2nd?
2nd of March.
I think this is where we can really start to see the substantive conversation coming through, and schools being mentioned as a potential issue. And I think is that perhaps also the same day that we go to COBRA meeting?
So this is the first date, and I think in fact this meeting might end because you're going to COBRA.
Yeah. And the question you asked me?
I don't think, again, from these minutes, that we see that there's much anxious scrutiny on your part, or perhaps on anyone's part, about what the detailed planning was that was going on within the Department of Health, for example, in order to either maintain the containment phase or in terms of plans that was putting in place in the event that the pandemic started to really impact upon Northern Ireland. Do you agree?
And this is just the day before we have the advice to stand up NICMA as well. So, I mean, I think there was a lot of conversations happening, not necessarily at the executive meeting, but this conversation would have been continuing on a daily basis at this stage with the Health Minister.
I don't think you got advice to stand up NICMA on the 3rd of March. I think you received a paper on the 3rd of March.
Sorry, that we brought to the executive then?
Yes.
We agreed to bring it to the executive.
Yes,
Yeah.
I don't think that it...
Sorry, you're right. I
contains any advice. Yeah. I think it just explains the most basic aspects, possibly, of what the civil contingencies arrangements are.
Yes, it sets out the roles of
yes.
different bodies and talks about the need to bring it for activation.
Yes, that didn't come for a considerable period of time, did it?
It came, I think, maybe very soon after, maybe 10 days after, I'm not sure.
Yes, exactly. The decision to stand up civil contingencies arrangements in Northern Ireland didn't happen until the 16th of March.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, we'll come back to that. So, do you agree? Not much challenge, scrutiny, understanding of what the detailed arrangements are in Northern Ireland evident at this meeting on the 2nd of March?
Well, I think it's a fairly expansive note in terms of what we've been briefed on, but in terms of a note that reflects interrogation of it all, then I agree with you.
I think, again, it's just trying to understand, Miss O'Neill, what level of scrutiny and understanding was being brought to bear on behalf of the people of Northern Ireland as to what in fact was being done on their behalf in order to prepare for the pandemic. And again, if this is the exercise of collective responsibility, it suggests not a lot.
I think we all have to reflect on these early days, given that we were a new executive, that this was unprecedented, that we were trying to get to grips with it. But I think that's a fair assessment of those early days.
And I think, in fact, when we go to the next meeting, which is the 10th of March, and if we could go please to this, it's INQ 000065695. And again, I think we see here, and if we could just scroll slowly, and if we just pause there, thank you. I think we can see at the bottom of page 1, and that's still, I think, the Health Minister providing his briefing, that officials were getting tired and looking to other departments for coordination. That might suggest, Ms O'Neill, that there wasn't really any coordination at that point in time. Do you agree?
I can't confirm that. I mean, I only can say that the officials reported from the middle of February that they were working at a cross-departmental way. But no doubt, health were getting tired, given that they had told us that they were preparing for this for 7 weeks. So therefore, people were working around the clock trying to deal with an unprecedented circumstance. So absolutely wouldn't doubt the fact that that is the case for the staff.
And if we could just go on, please, at page 2. And I think this is you who says executive approach needs to kick in. All need to contribute. Yes, thank you. It's just at the bottom. Role for us all. That appears to be the first time, or the first reflection by you, that in fact the executive did need to exercise collective responsibility for all of this. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think that it's fair to say that that's the first time that it's minuted, yes. And my contribution there was to try to ensure that we were all recognising that we needed to help health, that we all needed to play our part. That's why I refer to a role for us all. And I also acknowledge the hard work. So I think the commentary is a recognition that this is, for us all now to get really sleeves rolled up and in together.
It's a really belated recognition of that, isn't it?
I think the WHO had declared the pandemic on the early March.
The 11th of March.
11th of March.
The day after this.
Yes.
But it had declared, I mean, without going back through everything, and in fact you referenced this yourself, that, for example, it was on the 24th of February that WHO had said that there needed to be an all-society approach to the pandemic, and that there needed to be preparations for non-pharmaceutical interventions. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree. And I think that this is one of those reflection points that we'll absolutely have to take on board.
Yeah, because it's belated and it's late in the day. Yes.
Yes, that's. I mean, I don't want to keep repeating myself, but when we understood health was in the lead, I think on reflection, both myself and the then First Minister would indicate that we should have stepped in sooner, despite the pushback that we were getting, which will become more evident from the minutes.
It's not very clear from the minutes to date.
Sorry, not the minutes. Some of the exchanges which you saw in terms of CMO to health or Hawks to somebody else were in danger of ministers getting ahead of things, didn't want us to intervene.
I am going to take you to that,
Sure,
because
okay.
that is a fair point, and I do want to explore with you the separate issue of the CMO responding in respect of the Cabinet Office. But I'm just focusing on you
Sure.
for the moment, Miss O'Neill, and trying to understand whether or not you're saying that at this point in time you were being pushed back from activating NICMA, or that you were being pushed back from exercising collective responsibility. Because what I was going to respectfully suggest is that the notes certainly don't convey that in these meetings.
But the executive meeting is one meeting in a week, or perhaps there was a number of meetings, but it's one meeting. Where outside of that, there would have been a considerable number of other discussions in terms of head of civil service, for example, or health and CMO. We were engaged in a range of things. But look, I'm here to learn lessons, so I absolutely accept that this work and this approach could have been done sooner, and I take that on board.
I just want to come back to just understanding the facts, Miss O'Neill, and whether or not you are saying at this point in time you were being advised that NICMA shouldn't be stood up, whether that had reached you. I think that's one thing. Or second, and it's a second question, whether anyone was pressurising you and Baroness Foster not to exercise the kind of responsibility that you were obliged to
So on the second
exercise.
point, no one was advocating that we don't exercise our rights. What we were being advised was just that health were the lead still at that point. On NICMA, it was very clear that we were being pushed back in terms of the wider executive approach. It was very clear that health wanted to maintain their lead role. And perhaps maybe they have good reasons for why they thought that was appropriate at that time. But the arrangements in the document you referred to earlier talk about the lead responsibility, and every briefing that we had was that they were the lead. So I think just to acknowledge that for me is a learning. It's an experience that clearly we'd never been through before, and we were too heavily dependent on that health advice in those early days.
I mean, given that it takes up until the 16th of March for NICMA to be activated, you can't be suggesting that you didn't feel for that period of time that you and Baroness Foster simply didn't have the agency to require these arrangements to be stood up if you thought they should be?
We thought that we would, or we were, working through this with health, and we knew that, and at one stage it was said that to stand up the arrangements too soon would be problematic. So yes, we had the agency, so that's why I concede the point that perhaps we could have insisted that it was stood up, but we would have done so against the advice of the head of civil service and health.
I'm not sure that we've seen Sir David Stirling providing advice that these arrangements shouldn't be stood up.
Sorry, his I'll correct myself there. His advice was around school closures and about getting ahead of the advice. But there's certainly references in documents where it said that they didn't want NICMA stood up from health. They didn't want NICMA stood up at that time.
Yes, I think, again, I'm trying to focus on what you understood and why you didn't exercise the power that you had.
But I'm trying to explain that perhaps very badly, but I'm trying to explain that we were being pushed back in terms of standing up the arrangements that we were being asked, that health maintains the lead responsibility, and at the right juncture, then we'd be asked to stand up NICMA.
I'm sure we'll come back to this because we'll look at some of the other minutes. But just having looked at the minutes for the 10th of March. And I think we can just scroll down. I think we can see, if we just pause there, we can see the head of the civil service saying departments to do impact assessments and risk assessments. That suggests, Ms O'Neill, doesn't it, that in fact that work hadn't taken place by that point. Do you agree?
In terms of impact assessments, perhaps that is correct, yes. I know there was that other document that was populated on the 18th of February that looked at different departments' roles and responsibilities, but that certainly suggests that impact assessments perhaps weren't carried out at that stage.
Well, I'll take you to the document that and if it's not the right document, we can go to the one that you're referring to, but we've certainly seen a document dated the 13th of March that sets out the planning work that had been done. I think, we can scroll very slowly down so that I can ask you about this point. I think we can probably do it slightly faster. And if I can just pause there, I think we see that there's mention by the Department of Education about closing schools too early. And if we scroll down a little bit further, please. And I think if we just pause there, you ask about the next COBRA. This is the 10th of March. I don't think that there's any reference or any suggestion in this meeting that you were pressing or suggesting that schools ought to be closed.
Not at the 10th. I mean, it was something that was clearly very actively on our minds, but at that stage, no. What I refer to there is the next COBRA. It was to try to get more advice around what the sage advice would be in terms of where we would go to next. So things quickly develop after this day. All
right. So we can be clear that at the point of this meeting, you're not pressing for schools to be shut.
No, I didn't have advice to say that.
All right. And I think that if we go to, I'm just going to pick up, if I may, at page 12 and paragraph 42 of your statement. Just to put this in context, I think that the paragraph above refers to the fact that the Republic of Ireland had announced, thank you. So it had announced a package of measures, hadn't it?
It had.
And if we just go back to 42, please. And you say that personally I agreed with the substance of the measures announced by the Irish government and the timing. As I've said previously, I believe now, and I believed at the time, that the UK government was too slow to move to restrictions in response. The Irish government response appeared to me more in line with WHO and ECDC advice, which was to the effect that early intervention was the best way to slow the virus down. Thank you, that can come down. So just so that we're clear about this, obviously when you say or you state that you thought that there should have been earlier intervention, that's not intervention that you were pressing for on the 10th of March, correct?
No, not on the 10th, because I wanted to have the COBRA discussion and further discussions.
And in fact, it appears from the discussions that had taken place on the 10th of March that there doesn't appear to have been any serious contemplation at that point that schools might actually close in Northern Ireland. Do you agree?
In the executive meeting, yes, that's correct.
I mean, in terms of proper planning and everything that the closure of schools would involve, there wasn't any contemplation of that, was there?
Clearly, just in terms of the reflection of the Education Minister himself around what mitigation would need to look like if we were to move to that juncture. But clearly, it's a very fast-moving situation. But that initial conversation then obviously we were going to have the COVID meeting, or the COBRA meeting, and then obviously things changed with what happened in terms of the south of Ireland moving to close schools, a lot of European countries moving to close schools, and just our own then position around that became a fraught one.
Well, on the 10th of March, we've seen that your contribution to this meeting was to suggest that an executive approach needed to kick in, correct? Mm-hmm. You hadn't even come close, it would appear, to thinking about an all-government response to the pandemic at that point. Do you agree?
Well, no, I don't think that's correct, because I think that you'll see that when Karen Pearson comes in just a short number of days later, the work that we've been asking for in terms of the whole of government approach starts to, I suppose, take more shade and more light in terms of developing those proposals. But on the issue of schools at that time, we were clearly, it was in the minds of ministers, the fact that we discussed it at all. But it was also very clear that health and CMO's advice at that stage wasn't to move, that we were still in a containment phase. So that would have guided that discussion at that moment in time. But this was fast moving. It was day by day, and sometimes events really take over. And I think the issue of schools was a really firm example of sometimes something that happens, because we live on a small island, 2 jurisdictions back to back, and particularly in the relation to the issue of schools closure, parents in Strabane couldn't understand why parents in Lifford weren't sending their children to school. It just didn't, it couldn't compute in people's minds, so much so that I just couldn't understand it. And I tried to understand it from within the executive. I tried to ask the CMO about the difference of advice. I wasn't privy to what the advice was in Dublin. If Dublin were wrong and were at different junctures throughout the pandemic, I would say that. If London were right, I would say that. But where I think something's not wrong either way, or not right either way, I feel obliged that I would have to articulate that. But I think that on the issue of schools, the public had lost. This was I suppose the first big issue that the public witnessed and experienced, and people were afraid. People were anxious, and they just couldn't fathom how our advice could be different. And I put our advice, the SAGE advice that we were receiving, in the backdrop of people feeling that mass gatherings in London was absolutely the wrong approach, or in England was the wrong approach. So it felt like we were caught up in a system that we didn't feel was right. Now, we went through, as further executive meetings will show, we went through a considerable conversation around this as to how to adequately deal with it. And we knew there wasn't any, these were rock and a hard place decisions. So to be fair to all of my ministerial colleagues, these were constantly rock and a hard place decisions, but particularly in this first issue of schools, it didn't bode well, for the executive not being on the agreed spot. But I would suspect that if I found myself in the same situation again, that would be the same position that I would adopt. I would try to influence from within, and where not possible, I tried to influence it from outside. And also, I think that the position that I advocated was vindicated, because the advice from SAGE didn't change from when I articulated that we should move to that position to when we actually did move to that position. Nothing fundamentally changed, apart from the fact that parents had chosen to remove their children from schools. Parents were not sending their children to schools. Now, also still on the flip side of all of that, the implications for families with school closures was immense. And again, this comes back to the rock and the hard place, but you were ultimately trying to shut things down in order to try to save lives. And that was the rock and the hard place that we constantly found ourselves in.
Can I interrupt? Did you ever get any evidence on whether shutting schools would in fact have a significant impact on the spread of the virus?
I think as the pandemic progressed, it became clear from our medical advice and scientific advice that the things that had the biggest impact on spreading, on containing the virus, or at least reducing the spread, were schools and hospitality. That became a very evidence position that was advanced from health the whole way through, that whenever it came to, for example, later in the year, another difficult time in November, it was basically it's schools or hospitality pick, because they're the things that have the most impact. So I think that became more apparent as time went on, as opposed to perhaps at the start of the pandemic.
I think not every expert would necessarily agree, but that was the advice you were getting.
Yeah.
Perhaps if we just look at what the position was on the 12th of March, if we go to INQ 000289859. And the inquiry has seen this, Miss O'Neill. It's a meeting that took place on the 12th of March. If we just scroll down, please. And we can see that it was instigated because of the announcement that had been made by the Taoiseach announcing a package of measures. And if we go down, please. So we can see that the Health Minister was reflecting the sage advice that when schools shut, it should be for 15 weeks, but unlikely to have a significant impact. But if we go down, please. And then we can see reference to 340,000 children not being at school, the impact it might have on health services. And just pausing there, presumably that's because no arrangements had been made in Northern Ireland nor any contingencies put in place as to what might happen to the workforce if schools were to shut.
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
And again, I think if we just go down, please. I think we've already looked at this, but I think we can see the reference made about the biggest issues being exams and those eligible for free school meals. And I think it's right. I think you were referred to in this as well. And I think that it's right that your concern was, and I think you've said this, not that you had any scientific advice to counter what was being advised here, but that the position was different in the Republic of Ireland.
And not at all for that reason. I know that it's quite simplistic for people to jump to that conclusion, but it certainly was never my approach the whole way through the pandemic. As I said, if I thought something was right, I would follow it. If it was about saving lives, I would have done it, regardless of where it came from. I mean, I was guided the whole way through from the CMO and Chief Scientific Advisor, who got their advice from SAGE.
So
it's UK SAGE, so it didn't take counter alternative advice. But on this occasion, parents couldn't fathom why schools were closed 2 minutes up the road from the school that their kids go to. We had lost those people's confidence, and we needed to try and recapture it. And I'm glad then that we got to the right position and then tried to get things more on an even keel. But I do, as I said, fully put my hands up in terms of the way we got to that point isn't ideal. We did try to find consensus, but it wasn't forthcoming. Because I had no advice to counter the Chief Medical Officer's advice. I didn't have access to what advice they were receiving in Dublin, but what I couldn't understand, I couldn't compute in my head why the advice would be so different around something so fundamental as school closure. And I couldn't compute with my head around who had published and ECDC had published around the intervention piece. So I couldn't understand it. I tried to go along with the consensus, and I did so for a period of time, but then I could see it happening all around me. We had, the public were taking unmanaged approach. Some schools were closed, some weren't. Some schools were extending their holidays to see how things worked out in terms of advice. And we had a hodgepodge of approach, and that wasn't going to be helpful either. But then clearly it all changed within 2 days whenever SAGE advice changed to move towards school closure.
Sorry, so why weren't you making any of those points on the 10th of March at the Executive Committee meeting?
I'm very confident that I made all of those remarks. I'm very confident that I made them directly to the Chief Medical Officer, the Health Minister, the First Minister, every executive colleague. I'm very confident that what I said to you today is what I said at the time, both privately and publicly. I believe that this was the first big issue that we had to contend with, the first difficult issue that we had to contend with. And again, nobody's motivation was anything other than trying to do the right thing. And perhaps we had a different approach in terms of what we thought that was. But I'm assuming that's not unique to ourselves.
Sorry, I don't think the minutes of the 10th of March reflect in any way an argument or a discussion, a discussion about closing schools and what the ramifications of that might be and what the justifications might be And I think you've accepted that you didn't press on the 10th of March for schools to close.
Yes, but because I think the action of the Irish government to move towards school closures precipitated a whole new set of circumstance, which meant that we were now into that different spot. And again, let me be critical. They took that decision and didn't tell us. That wasn't good enough, because that actually led and fed into that confusion and put us all in a very difficult spot. We thought we were working up till obviously a point where it looked apparent that this is where we would be headed, but it certainly, their movement then, combined with all the other factors that I've described, I think meant that the public position was very different to the executive position. But thankfully we changed it.
So just being clear about it, it's the fact that the Republic of Ireland announced it, that's what changed your position. Is that correct, or is it more nuanced than that?
It's much more nuanced than that, because of my view of Boris Johnson's approach, also because when you look towards what was happening across, because we were all in unprecedented times, so you were looking towards what was happening elsewhere. And I think Scotland perhaps had moved to announce closures, I think, not 100% sure. I think that when you look towards the international community, school systems were shutting down across the board. So it was increasingly creeping up on us, as did a lot of these things, because of just the nature of how the rapidly unfolding pandemic came towards us. So I think that absolutely it's more nuanced, and I would definitely absolutely push back on any sort of charge of it being political or just because Dublin did it. If Dublin were wrong, I would say they were wrong, and they were wrong. They were wrong not to tell us. They were wrong not to share that advice, and they were wrong at different junctures, as played out throughout the course of the pandemic, where at times we were at a different spot to them in terms of transmission. And we had to constantly, our executive had to constantly manage that tension. And even at that, even if I had wanted to do everything on an all-island basis all of the time, we live in a jurisdiction where the finances, the Treasury controls how we can spend our budget. And we wouldn't have the ability to even bring in measures that that we would want to bring in perhaps at a point in time, unless we had that financial support from Treasury and a barring consequential. But on the schools issue, it wasn't about money. It was about trying to get ahead and actually grab the right decision. As I said, we did get there, but it's definitely never about politics for me. This is absolutely, fundamentally, about what I believed was the right thing to do.
You say it's not about money, it's about planning, isn't it? It's about ensuring that Northern Ireland was in a position to close its schools, and it wasn't at that date, as we've just seen from the 10th of March, was it?
Yeah, you're right, but we're also a number of weeks into a new executive, 3 years with no politics and nothing being put in place, and then the austerity impact that I previously mentioned. So I don't think anybody can divorce those things, even if we had have done things a lot sooner, which I have said I accept that. But even if we had have, we would never have been in an ideal position to deal with the scale of the challenge that we had ahead of us, because we were only a number of weeks in around that executive table again.
I think it's right that on the 12th of March you made a public statement that Northern Ireland was not at the stage that it needed to close schools. Is that right?
Yes, because that was where I was trying to work with the wider executive team and provide that united front.
And then on the 13th of March, you issued a public statement, I think, in your position as Vice President of Sinn Féin, calling for the immediate closure of schools. What changed overnight?
In 24 hours, a lot had changed. I think I've just reflected some of that. I think that we had lost the wider public. They were taking their children out of schools. The Catholic bishops had come out and asked for all schools to close their doors. So we now were very, very quickly, rapidly descending into an unmanaged school closure. It was much, much better to do it in a managed way. And that was why I felt obliged to speak out. No, I couldn't get that concerted agreement, that joined up effort and agreement in the executive itself, because the CMO had advised that we were not in the position to move to this juncture yet. But I still don't know to this day what changed between me advocating that position, and I did very strongly in the executive and in the discussions that we had, and then what changed actually whenever we moved to school closures, because nothing changed in terms of the evidence.
Just focusing for a moment on what happened over these days. We knew that there had been a meeting on the 10th of March, and you made your statement supporting schools staying open on the 12th of March, and then the contrary statement on the 13th of March. There was no meeting of ministers, was there, between your change of position? I think that's right.
There'd have been no executive meeting, but there certainly would have been meetings across both myself and Arlene Foster as joint heads, and also with health
and
education.
Did you try and convene a meeting in order that you could discuss this and make a collective decision as to whether or not to do it?
Yes, absolutely. I tried everything that I could to try to get people onto that right position that I thought that we should be, where we should be, because of all the factors that were on play and beyond us. And unfortunately, we couldn't get to that juncture. And as I said, it's not ideal, but it was the only way in which I could try to influence the decision.
Were you not part of the confusion by saying things, by making a statement one day and then doing a vote-face essentially the next, without there being any mature collective discussion around this by all ministers?
Well, with respect, I feel like it was mature. I felt like lives could be lost if we didn't take this decision. So I felt like that, having not been able to secure what I tried to secure within, then, and ultimately it would have come down to if we could have got agreement with the First Minister at the time and with the Education Minister and with Health, we could have presented that as this is the right approach. Unfortunately, we didn't have that support. Does my statement add to confusion? Yes, of course, perhaps you can absolutely say that. Do I believe it was the right thing to do? Yes, I do. Because I felt like we had lost people. People in that 24 hours were actively committing to remove their children from schools. Schools were shutting down, and as I said, even education authorities like CCMS were telling schools to close.
I'm going to move on and ask if we can deal with the position on the 16th of March. But can I, again, just coming back to your role as Deputy First Minister, you've just said that you were calling for this to save lives. If the position was grave enough on the 13th of March for you to be calling for school closures on the basis you've said to save lives, why was it not serious enough for you to be calling for civil contingencies arrangements to be stood up?
I think at that time we were moving towards standing up the civil contingencies, but I would divorce those two things with respect. I think that it's clear what I've said in terms of civil contingencies, that they could have been stood up sooner. Had they been stood up a week earlier or 2 weeks earlier, would that made a difference to the decisions that we were taking? Perhaps not. We don't know that. But in terms of the schools issue, I stand over the position that I took. I feel like it was the right position to take. I regret the circumstance in which it all unfolded, and quite frankly, it can be unedifying for an executive that was actually trying to do its best, because, as I said, I never doubted anybody's motivation around that executive table to try to do anything other than get us through this and get the public through it.
Well, perhaps we'll come back to what might have been thought to be a bit unedifying about the meeting that followed. But again, just so that we're clear on this, I mean, again, given that you've said that you did this to save lives, I'm just trying to understand why you would think you'd reached the position where you needed to go so far as to do this, but that even standing up the most basic of the civil contingencies arrangements in Northern Ireland, that concern didn't warrant that. I'm just trying to understand how you reconcile those two things.
I'm in some ways I'm divorcing the two things. The schools issue just absolutely creeped up in terms of the announcement that schools were closing in the south of Ireland and what that meant then for public opinion. And we had to respond to that. I mean, this was a fast-paced, moving situation. Things were happening all around us. Different jurisdictions were taking different approaches, and the public were confused about that also. Whether that be north-south or east-west. I mean, I think we would have been served better by having a two-island approach to the pandemic, and perhaps as a lesson learned going forward, a two-island approach to a pandemic would, I think, serve us all much better. because it led to, that divergence led to complications then for how we would try to manage, even where the public were and understanding what was happening. And like at different times there would have been messages, for example, whenever the stay at home save lives message changed to stay alert, we didn't move to that position straight away. But our public here they watch BBC, they watch RTE, they're taking their news from 2 different channels that are, presenting a different message. It was confusing for our population, so we did try our best to navigate that, but at different times it was complicated.
Just in terms of how you navigated it, perhaps if we go to INQ 000 065 689, please. The inquiry has seen these minutes, Miss O'Neill, and again, if we just scroll down, please. I think again we can see it's the usual format where the Department of Health provides an update. And I think that we see you suggesting, I think if we carry on scrolling up, please. Yes, I think we saw reference to you saying that the executive, I think, had lost control 2 weeks ago. We can scroll back up if you didn't catch it.
I didn't catch it, sorry.
Could we go back to page 3, please? I may have my note wrong. I'll check that, Miss O'Neill, but I think that you do say that. We can come back to it. But I think if we move on to the proposal to consider the closure of schools, which was one of the things that was being discussed, and I think if we go forward, please, to page 10. Thank you. I think, Miss O'Neill, this is where we start to see consideration of the position in respect of schools. And I think we catch it at the midpoint where there's a blank line.
Yeah.
And then we see Miss Long saying that the executive always seems to be reacting, not leading. Did you agree with her, Miss O'Neill, that that was the position, given the role that the executive committee had had until then?
Yeah, I think that Naomi, myself, and we would have reflected the same sort of view at this stage. Now we're in the middle of March, that it was slightly frustrating that we weren't able to pull all the threads together that we would have wanted to have at that stage. So I think on this issue, and particularly what Naomi's referring to, is that it looks like we're behind the ball on schools, and that others are moving forward.
All right, I think if
I
we...
shouldn't speak for her, but I think that's what she acted.
But again, I mean, in terms of that collective responsibility, if the executive always seemed to be reacting and not leading, again, that was something for which you all bore responsibility. Do you agree?
Yes, of course I do. And I think if you scroll on down, I think I do comment, perhaps, in this conversation.
I think, well, we can pause maybe here. I think that we can see in the middle of that page the Minister for Finance interjects at this point.
Yes.
And we can see there he reflecting that there was a lack of confidence in Great Britain, setting out community concerns. And if we just go down, please. And I think that, again, if we just follow that thread, we can still see there's consideration of school closures, can't we?
Yeah.
Except because we can see from Department of Finance, except entirely it would be a long school closure. And the point being made that it was pointless to pretend it was only 2 weeks. And then I think that it adjourns. And then if we go, please, to page 17. We can see here, I think that this is the first time that the Executive Committee actually receives a briefing about civil contingencies. Do you agree?
Yes.
Why had no one been invited to the Executive Committee before the 16th of March
Again,
to explain and to enable you to exercise collective responsibility over what was being done?
So I think, and as I've said earlier, up until that point, it was health-led, and this was becoming more CCG-led.
Because we can see here, in terms of the planning, and he refers to the table being back at the back of the paper, and I think that may be the table to which you've referred. Departments can prepare own plans, but have to join up. And again, do you agree, Ms. O'Neill, that, again, this just suggests an extraordinary lack of understanding as of the 16th of March, that of course a whole society approach and a cross-government approach was required and had been required for weeks by this stage?
Yes, and I'm not going to keep going over how I felt it was being dealt with prior to that, but yes, I think that's fair enough.
And I think if we go, please, to page 30. Again, I'm doing this because I don't want to be unfair to you, Ms. O'Neill. I want to make sure that you can put this in some sort of context. I think this is the Minister for Education at the top, but perhaps if we can just scroll down. Yes. And if we could just scroll down, please. So again, just to draw attention to what you were saying there, that measures were confusing and misleading, told today that we're a week further on than we thought. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that a reflection to transmission in Northern Ireland
That's
being
correct.
a week further on? And if we just continue, please, to just scroll down. And then we come to the vote. So there was a vote, wasn't there, whether to close schools?
That's correct.
And then a vote, a counter vote, whether or not schools would close on the advice of the CMO.
Yes.
I mean, the point, Miss O'Neill, and the reason why I wanted to take you through that and to be fair about it is that on the 10th of March, we see, I'm not going to go back over it, we've agreed there's no thought given to what the ramifications would be for closing schools and what that might do to children. The concern, I think, seems to be the workforce implications, yes. Of course, serious in and of themselves. But when we come to this meeting, and I think that this is the only meeting that takes place in Northern Ireland at which the closure of schools is properly debated by the Executive Committee, that there doesn't appear to be any real consideration given to what this might do to children and the ramifications of closing schools. You can see the advice that had been given for 15 weeks might do. Do you agree with that?
So I would say in relation to that, that this was such a fast-moving situation, and the decision, and you can see some of the conversation reflects the implications for school closures, not just the workforce. It was children being able to take it home to grandparents, and it was all those other considerations. It was children with additional needs and what would happen to them. It was about those who are more vulnerable in society, those children that depended on free school meals. All those things were part of our conversations. But what we intended to do at this juncture was that this was still the school holiday period that we were in, St Patrick's Day holiday, and we hoped that would provide a wee small bit of a window in which for to allow a bit more preparation to be taken forward, particularly around our mitigation to be taken forward, particularly around the area of free school meals, where again I think this is one of the success stories, if you like, of how locally elected ministers were able to support children who needed their meals by working together. Both communities and education worked together to ensure that we also then were able to move on to put in school opening for children that needed to come into school for a varying category of reasons. So we moved to do the mitigation, but if you waited, you had all the mitigation in place throughout the pandemic, we wouldn't have taken the decisions when we did. I would suspect that would be the case now on this for sure. We knew there was going to be difficulties, but that's the scale of the decision that you were faced with. Do you keep the schools open? And what does that mean for vulnerable children? What does that mean for wider society? Or do you close them and try to suppress the virus and allow us a bit more time to be able to go off and put in place the mitigations that we all knew were going to be required? And of course, as became very clear the whole way through, we were never going to mitigate against the impact of a pandemic in totality. All we could do was try our best, and that's what I believe that we tried to do.
But in terms of those advocating, because there was a binary argument here, it was close or not close. And again, I just want to see if you agree with me. Well, first of all, that the closure of schools was probably one of the most significant steps that a government could take in response to a pandemic, yes?
Well, it was the first big decision that the executive took. Obviously, lockdown coming behind it was probably equally as significant in terms of what happened.
Of course, but I mean, the closure of, I just want to test this if I may. The closure, nothing like this had ever been done before, and you were contemplating taking children out of school for 15 weeks, yes?
That was what the Chief Medical Officer had advanced, that if we did move to school closures, that he suspected it would go to 15 weeks. But that being said, the flip side of all of this was that the virus was rapidly moving around, and we were trying to get on top of that, and also for the reasons that I've previously outlined, in particular the fact that parents had moved on and we had lost, I suppose, their confidence in terms of this issue. And I was trying to get us back onto that ground. So look, it wasn't easy. I accept that. And as I said, I clearly accepted the whole way through the pandemic that with the best will in the world, we weren't going to be able to impact in its totality, the devastation in the wake of a pandemic.
I think all of those points might be taken, but I think just coming back to the point, and as you rightly say, I think this is the first decision, in fact, that the Executive Committee were called upon to make in response to the pandemic. The first decision, it's whether to close schools. And there isn't any considered debate or discussion about the ramifications that might have for children in Northern Ireland and the impact that it might have on them.
And, you know, we talked earlier about every department having its own autonomy and its own responsibility, in particular in terms of education, bringing forward mitigations, which, as I said, I referenced one example where education and communities work together. But yes, it was a huge, huge decision to take, and the first huge decision that we took as a collective executive. But this is the mechanism in which to get things onto the agenda of, this is how you conduct the business. You can bring forward proposals and we can vote accordingly, and that's why we we did it in that way. We had the conversations, not just in that meeting. I can tell you that we had conversations with CMO and with health and with others in terms of trying to interrogate it for quite a considerable period of time in terms of where we were. And that's why we ended up where we did.
I'm sorry to come back to this, but do you agree there's no substantive discussion evident in this meeting about the implications for children or all of the counter effects that closing schools might have?
Well, I can accept that that there's no substantive discussion recorded in the minutes of this meeting, but I don't accept that that having closed schools, that we weren't immediately working to try to find the mitigations, which we did find. In terms of schools staying open for key workers, schools staying open for vulnerable children, all the different measures that we did bring forward. But this was real time. This was happening right in front of us, and we didn't have the luxury at this juncture, because of what had happened in terms of the school situation, where we'd lost parents' confidence in what we were trying to do. We had to move. But clearly, we accepted the outcome of the vote at that juncture to try to keep us on a collective response, but circumstances ran away from that juncture.
The counter vote that schools would close whenever the CMO advised, children were hardly well served by that either, were they?
No, because it's much more than just the advice of CMO. Of course, that's what guides us, but we had to take into account all those other wider societal factors, the deep inequality, the deprivation that exists across communities, the impact of closing schools, particularly for children that have domestic violence at home, the impact of closing schools on children with additional needs, the impact of closing schools for children that rely on their only hot meal in the day being in school.
Yes, but there wasn't really any discussion about any of those things.
But this was happening in live play.
Certainly. Right. I shall return at 10 to 2. Stubbin.
Thank you, my lady. Ms O'Neill, I wonder if we could just finish off then and we'll move on to another topic. But just before we do, to finish on the 16th of March, please. And to just go, and perhaps we can call this up on screen, the inquiry has seen this on a number of occasions. It's INQ 000 308 444, please. This is a message from, thank you. This is a message from Sir David Stirling. I think this is a message that he sent to the CMO, but he sent another message that night to another senior official. And it's a reflection on the meeting that had taken place the previous night. And it's obviously not about you, Miss O'Neill, it's about the leadership that was on display at that meeting. And as you see, he describes the meeting as having been excruciating and that there was no leadership on display at all. I'm not asking you what he thought, but I wonder if you have any reflections or whether or not you understand why the most senior civil servant in Northern Ireland might have come to that view, or what it was about the conduct of that meeting that led him to have or to feel the need to say that.
I suppose the first thing to say is that, I mean, I can't comment on what he meant or what he's referring to, but I can say that there's no doubt it was a difficult meeting, but that doesn't equate to lack of leadership. I think that equates to the complexity of the issues in which we were dealing and trying to work our way through. So I can't really say much more than that's just his view, which he seems to share a lot behind the scenes with CMO.
Well, he shared it with, it was a view he shared with other senior officials. I think we've seen, I won't go to it. It's not only that it's a special communication with the CMO, I think it goes broader than that. But reflecting upon that now and knowing that that was the view that was taken at the time, I suppose the question is whether or not you do have any reflections on your leadership at that point in time, or whether you can see that there might have been an objective basis for his coming to that view.
No, I can't. I don't accept that it was a lack of leadership. I accept it was a difficult circumstance that we're trying to navigate our way through, and I accept that for the reasons that I've previously outlined to the inquiry in terms of my decision making and why I did what I did. So I don't reflect that commentary as necessarily a good descriptor of what we were trying to navigate. I've said that I believed that the optimum position would have been to arrive at an agreed position, but that wasn't the case.
All right, I'm going to move on then. Earlier in your evidence, you talked about planning, and I know that you've accepted that the position that really the planning came late in the day. But just to trace that through, and I did say that I would take you to this, so I want to do that. But if we go first of all, please, to INQ 000 86935. This is the return that the inquiry has already seen and understands from evidence that's been given about it that it's a summary of the plans as they stood at the 13th of March. And we've taken other witnesses to it. I can take you to it if needs be, but we can see the planning for schools. Appears to be no reflection that schools might close. The concerns are in other directions. I think you've accepted this, but plainly these plans are wholly inadequate, aren't they, for the position that had been reached as of mid-March?
Yes, they are, and they're very much referring to the risk that was presented at that time of moderate, but yes, I agree with you.
All right. Well, I'm not going to take you through all of those. And I think what you've said in your evidence is that when Karen Pearson was introduced, that's when there appeared to be a more, if I'm putting it in my words, but maybe you'll agree, a more coherent approach, perhaps,
Yes, I think
to planning.
Karen, to be fair to her, was a breath of fresh air in coming into the department to sort of bring all of this together and actually bring forward that coherent plan. So yes, I think her arrival to the department, I think around the 14th to the 16th, was a huge moment in terms of a gear shift.
All right. And if we go to then, I think this is the paper that sets out the planning framework that she, and we've seen this, but so that I can put it to you, please. It's at INQ 000086884. And we can see that she sets out the purpose of this paper was to seek agreement on the headline objectives for a planning framework to joined up whole society response to COVID-19.
Yes.
So I think, Ms O'Neill, consistent with what you've said, I think it's here that we see the nutshell of the joined up approach, and one that might have been expected a very considerable time before then. Yes?
Yes.
And I think if we go, please, we can see the work streams set out at 3. And again, I'm sure you'll agree, Miss O'Neill, they're probably just about as basic as could possibly be. Yes.
Basic and perhaps in appearance, but very wide catching in terms of the issues that we would have to address under each of those headlines. I think they're just work streams that encompass a lot of other work.
So if we go and look then at what the way it was proposed the work streams would be set out, and if we can scroll down, please. I haven't, sorry, I thought that it had annexed the document, but I think that when we look and when we come to it, thank you, that is it. Thank you. If we look at paragraph 1, I think we see there, again, some of the very broad headlines, yes?
Yes.
About what might be expected in terms of a health response. And I think that perhaps in terms of the executive committee and its response, its oversight, I think this might be, for example, the first time we see reference to things like, or certainly a document that sets out something like, or refers to testing capacity. Do you agree?
Yes, I think so, yeah.
All right. I think that can come down, please. That document is dated the 19th of March, and Northern Ireland went into lockdown. I think the lockdown was announced on the 23rd of March, so within a few days of this plan having been formulated. And it must follow, I think, from everything that you've said in your evidence, Ms O'Neill, that Northern Ireland was probably woefully underprepared for going into a lockdown. Do you accept that?
Yes, absolutely. I think that you can't argue any different in terms of our preparedness for the combination of reasons that I've referred to previously, particularly in terms of austerity and what that meant for public services and a state of readiness within particularly the health system, but much wider than that, because obviously civil contingencies was also hugely impacted. The fact that we were preparing for Brexit and that any staff that were available on civil contingencies were focused on that area of work. So I think any objective assessment would say that the system itself wasn't ready to respond to the pandemic.
It's not just about...
Sorry to forgive me and to interrupt. I was going to ask you this earlier, but both Brexit and austerity applied to the whole of the UK.
Sure.
And what was the document that said that Northern Ireland was 18 months behind the rest of the UK in resilience? So I'm afraid austerity and Brexit can't explain why Northern Ireland was so far behind the rest of the UK.
I think we can align those things alongside the absence of the institutions working and leadership for the 3 years previous as well. I think I've said that in my previous statement, my lady. I'm sorry I didn't mention it just now. So I think it's a combination of factors. Yeah.
But it's also, isn't it, I think you must accept the lack of collective responsibility that was exercised over the response to the pandemic, particularly in February and into the middle of March 2020.
I think I've said that I thought the state of readiness in February wasn't as it were where it should be. Yeah.
Just looking then and as it were assessing the position at the point at which the lockdown was announced, we've obviously seen the school's decision and the announcement, or sorry, the level of debate around that. There was no, I think, or you certainly weren't required as an executive committee to make any decision to cancel any mass events, because the inquiry has seen evidence that the organisers cancelled those themselves. Do
Yes,
you
that's
agree?
correct.
And I think, in fact, we've seen reference
With some
to it.
encouragement from ministers as well, particularly in relation to sporting events.
Well, I think the CMO claimed that it was after some encouragement from him.
Perhaps both.
I'm not sure that we've seen much by way of evidence about who encouraged it. What we've seen is a document that refers to the fact that a number of events were either cancelled or ticket sales cancelled without any advice or official advice having been provided. But I think you must agree there's no central decision not to cancel, or sorry, to cancel, yes?
So I think it will always depend on the nature of the event and who gets. So, for example, some of the events that were cancelled, my lady, were St Patrick's Day events. There were sporting events, and those people that were charged or who had the responsibility, who were organising such events, took that decision to close. And all engaged with the Public Health Agency around their advice just in terms of how they should proceed. But I know that this is something that you are interested in terms of not having one point where everything can be shut down. And I think that comes back to, I think, a comment I made earlier about emergency powers in this type of situation.
Yes, we will come back to that, Ms O'Neill, because I'm sure you do have something to say about, and I am going to take you to the evidence about perhaps the Department of Health operating in a way that made things more difficult for you and Baroness Foster, so I will come to that. Okay. But I think just in terms of understanding how collective responsibility was exercised, I think perhaps it was fortunate that those organisations went ahead and cancelled things themselves, absent any executive committee approach to those type of events.
We didn't have the legislative powers in which to order closure of certain events, so that isn't a power that was within our gift. And again, I think as the pandemic throws up many of these lessons, that has to be one. You don't have the ability, and different departments have different responsibilities. Local government has responsibilities, private event organisers. So I don't think there's like a very clear-cut answer to the question that you want to try to get to the bottom of, but certainly there should be.
Yes, I think, and we see, I think it's on the 5th of March, a paper is circulated about powers to close down mass events. So I think certainly that you would have a power was in contemplation, but I don't think that there had been any collective discussion or consideration before then about what the executive committee could or should do to close down mass events, or even to advise that that should be the place that should take place.
Yeah, so I think it was still in the space of the advice of the Public Health Agency at that time and individual engagement, as opposed to any kind of collective approach from memory. But I don't even recall the paper that you're speaking about, but perhaps.
Okay, I think it exists. I'm
fairly
sure it does. Anyway, just moving on from that, I think the lockdown was announced, and as the inquiry understands it, but perhaps you can confirm, that took place without there having been any discussion between the executive committee about that as something that might happen in the week leading up to it. Is that correct?
So at that point, there wasn't any real evidence, I think, up until perhaps, hazarding the guess here, of around the 18th, before SAGE actually even considered that moving further in terms of restrictions that could potentially be brought in. Up until that point, lockdown wasn't anything that was being discussed.
But I don't think, but you will know whether or not this is the case, that there was any discussion between the executive committee in advance of the announcement being made that's what might happen. Is that correct?
I don't recall if that's the case. I know that we were keeping ministers abreast of what was happening in terms of any advice we got, but I think the decision came quick in the end, and it was a matter of then conveying that public message at that time.
And is it right to regard that decision as effectively one that had been made by the UK government rather than by the Executive Committee in Northern Ireland?
And probably, I mean, the executive itself, given the scale of what you were asking of the public, given that you were shutting the doors of businesses, given that you were sending workers home, given all the ramifications that come with making a lockdown decision, the executive did not have the financial ability in which to support people. And therefore, we were very much tied to the approach that was being taken with sage advice, because we needed the Barnett consequentials, so we needed the finances in order to be able to support people, to be able to be compliant. So in the absence of having that kind of support, it probably was virtually impossible without just completely decimating everybody's livelihoods that you could have moved without having that assurance. So that was why we were making that case for those Barnett consequentials, and that allowed us the freedom in which to then move forward.
I don't think that the Chief Medical Officer of Northern Ireland was advising a lockdown prior to the announcement.
No.
I think that decision crystallised on the day of the announcement. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding
as well.
Yeah.
So I think, and I'm not going to retread water about planning, but it would appear then that there was a very, very short space of time within which ministers in Northern Ireland knew that, in fact, a lockdown was on the way and was going to happen. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, I think, of course, everybody realised that things were deteriorating, and of course, everybody realised the kind of scale of public opinion and panic, just in terms of people being afraid. So, probably taken by surprise, executive colleagues, in terms of the scale of lockdown, but we're also privy to conversations around potential interventions.
All right. I'm going to finish off on this, if I may, with another. It's a message from Sir David Stirling, and again, the inquiry, I think, has seen this. It's INQ 000 309 200. It's an email from him, and I think it may be. It may possibly be on the next page. I think it says, though, that must have been on the other page. Thank you. If we could just go back up to Sir David's. Thank you. It's the third bullet point. It was a point that was put to him, Miss O'Neill, that he had said that ministers had not shown strong leadership and had been too quick to retreat into campaigning or community activist mode. They've gotten away with this partly because UK government has thrown so much money at mitigation. They haven't had to take difficult decisions. Yet when they have, for example, school closure and defining essential businesses, they have been found wanting. The irritation of the minor parties is likely to increase. Do you accept that as a characterisation of the leadership that had been, and the standard of government that had been brought to bear in Northern Ireland until the end of March?
No, I don't. Once again, I don't agree with the Hawks assessment. I think that, as I referred to earlier, ministers were completely in the maelstrom of the pandemic, weeks into being back around the executive table, dealing with all the overhang of the issues which we've already referred to in terms of the backdrop and no institutions for 3 years and the state of preparedness and austerity and all the other things that we referred to previously. ministers were faced with hard decisions, and it, quite frankly, is a bit rich for the head of the civil service to speak in that way whenever ministers were very clear that people's whole lives were about to be disrupted, and particularly in terms of like shutting down society, shutting down businesses, people losing their jobs. How did you go out and convince people that that was the thing to do with no mitigation whatsoever? So the reality of our political situation here and the reality of our financial situation is that we are tied under a funding arrangement with how we get monies through the Barnett formula, through the Treasury. And without that sufficient funding, you couldn't, it was really, really difficult to be able to advance these decisions. We knew that we needed to get here, but without the proper funding in order to do so, we don't have tax raising powers here. We don't have the ability to leverage in additional funding. What we needed was support to do the right thing, and that's what transpired. So closing schools was not easy. Closing businesses was certainly not easy. For all the reasons that everybody would understand, ministers are part of the community. Ministers had families. Ministers had the same worries and stresses that everybody else had, and understood so acutely our local community and what their needs were. And I believe that their constant rock and a hard place decisions that they had to take, all those things weighed heavy on their minds. So that's really what I'd offer in terms of that commentary. I think it was not easy, but we were determined to try and do our best.
Do you accept the point he's making that you effectively didn't really have to make the difficult decisions, that they were effectively made for you?
No, I think that's a cop-out, to be quite blunt about it. How could we have went out and convinced the public that we needed them to do these severe measures of retreating to their homes and closing their businesses and not going to work every day and don't send your children to school? How could we have asked people to do that whole array of things without being able to support them financially? It probably would have been really, really difficult for a lot of people, just for pure survival reasons. They wouldn't have been able to comply. So we couldn't make the decisions because of our fiscal arrangement, because of the jurisdictional issues. We couldn't make these decisions without having that financial backup. So no, that is not something that I recognise.
All right. I'm going to move on, but before that can come down, thank you. The inquiry has heard that throughout this period, and I'm just focusing, if I may, on the ethos or the culture of the executive committee. And it's apparent in the notes that almost every meeting refers to there being leaks, either, and this is what the inquiry has heard, either the options to be discussed were leaked to the media beforehand, and the suggestion was that was in order to kind of inflame debate or to try and condition a media response to it. There's reference to meetings themselves being tweeted, so no confidentiality in the meetings. And then I think we also see reference to papers actually being leaked to the media as well. And I think, again, I think what's very difficult to understand is why collectively ministers allowed that to endure throughout, it would appear, almost the entire period that the inquiry is looking at. That's the first question. And second, why in the context of this most sensitive and pressing of issues going, as we've said, right to the most solemn obligation that politicians owe to their communities, why that endured?
Why leaks endured?
Yes.
I can't answer that question, but I can say it was a deep sense of frustration for both myself and Arlene whenever it came to chairing executive meetings, that they ended up being rehearsed on the media before we even had a chance to take papers into the room for discussion. So I certainly did not have any practice whatsoever of leaking documents, but we frequently would have read reports of an ongoing meeting on social media whilst we were discussing things. And I think we tried at one stage to get to the bottom of this. I think there was a Department of Finance deep dive to try to see if they could get to the bottom of this. I don't think we were successful at that time. The problem is we were moving from in-person meetings to online meetings. At one stage, and I realised this at one juncture because of the very frustration around leaks, at one stage we probably had about 40 people on the executive meeting. You know, a range of officials across different departments, ministers, special advisors, support staff. And in part, I think that added also till just so many people with their hands on the information, and then some of it was finding its way out. So I don't know where it came from, but it shouldn't have happened, and it did make our job more difficult the whole way through.
Was it particular to this period of time? Was it particular to the response to the pandemic, or is it endemic in the way that the executive committee runs ordinarily?
So we hadn't been sitting for 3 years, so I don't recall previous executives just how, if it was endemic. I don't think so. I would imagine that different times there perhaps was things that found their way into the public space, but at difficult times during the pandemic, a lot of information seemed to find its way into the public, which really just didn't help us to be able to arrive at a good position, and also find consensus on positions, particularly because things were in the public space and parties or ministers were being asked to comment on different views of different things, and then it just made things more complicated, more difficult.
Was there not a point in time when ministers sat down to discuss this and to have a frank conversation about the fact that it must have been damaging to everybody sat round that table or virtual table, that they just couldn't come to a meeting and be confident that what they said wouldn't go any further?
There was. I mean, I think myself and Arlene went to great pains to try to advise people, to encourage them not to be engaged in leaking, that this was making all of our jobs more difficult, that it was forcing people into taking positions before they were properly, interrogated or considered further. So it was a huge challenge for us, for sure, and it did endure. I think at different times it was more pronounced than others, and not maybe because of just different issues at different times. And I think particularly as we got towards the end of the pandemic, when you had sort of a more of an anti-COVID sort of sentiment building up in society, all this stuff kind of fueled that kind of noise, and it really wasn't helpful.
Well, I think what the inquiry has seen is perhaps during the most difficult period in terms of the executive committee's functioning, so in the autumn of 2020, there does seem to be a lot of reference at that point, and I think it does appear that the most difficult meeting that you had, the 4-day meeting, was being live tweeted whilst it was happening. And
we were trying to manage our way through that, and it was very difficult and very complex. And I think at one stage, I chaired the whole meeting, and I think Arlene referenced that this is being played out in social media as we speak. That just made a bad situation worse in terms of us trying to navigate our way through it.
I also wanted to go back to an issue that you had raised. And
sorry, if you're leaving.
Sorry.
Yeah, there's just, it's obviously pernicious and makes the life of someone in your position extremely difficult. Have you given any thought as to how you could stop it, or is that an impossible question to answer?
Well, one way we tried to stop it during the pandemic was to reduce the number of people that were in the room for the decision, so that there was, a safe space in which ministers could air their views and have a conversation in confidence. I think that helped a bit, but that autumn period was particularly difficult. And going forward, executive meetings in person again puts people in the room. It's only ministers. You can control who has the information. That's a much better scenario in which to work and control leaks than to have the online version where it can be lost beyond your control because, for example, if you could be sitting behind a screen, who else is in the room, who's privy to the conversation? I think that was something that we realised during the online meetings.
And you could ban personal devices if you wanted to?
In an in-person meeting, of course, yeah.
And it's obviously a breach of the ministerial code where you're meant to behave with the highest standard of propriety. Well, there's no way leaking confidential information is maintaining the highest standards. So
I agree with that.
thank you.
Ms O'Neill, I said that I would take you back to something that you raised, and I think hopefully you've been provided with the document over the lunchtime adjournment so that I can ask you about this, and it links to another topic that I also wanted to ask you questions about. And perhaps if we bring this document on screen, it's INQ 0000309 229. And I think, Ms O'Neill, this referred back to a point you made earlier about the role of the Department of Health at this early stage. And I think we touched upon the fact that the Chief Medical Officer had become involved in correspondence from the Cabinet Office about the response. And I think that was something that you wanted to refer to. But in this document, I think the email that we see on the first page is linked to that, because I think that you had raised an issue about travel to Italy at that time. So I'm trying to put all of this in context for you. So I think that there are probably a couple of different strands in this email. So first of all, the Department of Health and the response to the Cabinet Office is the first one. And then I think the second one is the suggestion or the concern that you might appear at odds with the Chief Medical Officer. And I think that's what you had wanted to refer to earlier in your evidence. So I just wanted to give you the opportunity to answer that, or to give the evidence that.
Well, I just think that's reflective of the pushback. So I think, and I don't recall, obviously this exchange, I wasn't copied into it, but the situation was rapidly unfolding in Italy. As far as I remember, there was advice sought in terms of a school trip.
Yes.
And I think I questioned whether or not that should be allowed to continue. But again, I clearly was pushed back on that. I'm only can assume that's what that reference refers to.
And was there any concern on your part, or the part of Baroness Foster, or a joint concern about the role of the Chief Medical Officer and the extent, I suppose, of your dependence on one principal person for medical or scientific advice during this period? And I don't want to put that too simply, because I know that the Chief Scientific Advisor also provided advice after March. But sorry, coming back to that primary question about, and maybe it goes a little bit further, whether you had concerns about whether or not you had sufficient access to a breadth of advice.
Yeah, I think we both would say that. I mean, we were very reliant on the Chief Medical Officer. And let me say again, a very, very extremely challenging job to do throughout the pandemic. For everybody in health, not least CMO and the Health Minister. I think that we felt that we had a lack of our own, to the Executive Office, advice. So you had CMO, which sits probably neatly in one sense within the Department of Health, and they have their own autonomy, and CMO's answerable to the Minister of the day. But was very clear in terms of the Chief Scientific Advice, which became the modelling and the other information that we received. I think we agreed, or I know we agreed that we should have had our own Chief Scientific Advisor in place for the Executive. I'm glad to say that we've actually since recruited for that position. That was an early lesson learned for us in terms of what we need in terms of the administration itself. I think that person is due to start in the coming days. So that, I think, underlines that we did feel that we needed additional advice and expertise in terms of dealing with the gravity of the situation that we had.
So I think that deals with the Chief Scientific Advisor. We know that the Chief Medical Officer was part of the Department of Health. He was advisor to it and a member of the senior management team. Did you perceive any difficulty in terms of his being or having that role or that lack of independence in terms of the provision of advice to you?
I think it's fair to say that I did at times, because it's the advice that comes. It felt at times that the Chief Medical Officer was, and again, probably for the right reasons, trying to keep the lead of the response, and even that cabinet exchange around things must be cleared by himself, no papers to come to the executive office unless they were cleared by himself. There was a general kind of sense of that perhaps too much responsibility is vested in that one area, whereas it's his job, or any chief medical officer's job, to advise and for ministers to decide.
In the autumn, when relations amongst the executive committee were more difficult, do you think at that point in time it might have helped to have had someone who was independent and providing advice to the executive committee, as opposed to being the advisor to the Department of Health?
I think the problems that we faced in the autumn, and I did get to hear some of Minister Poots's evidence, where he stated that the DUP had taken a certain position in the autumn time, that they wanted to put a mark down, that they were approaching that run of meetings that were quite difficult with a particular strategy in mind. Could an independent voice in the middle of that have helped? Sure, it wouldn't have done any harm, of course, but I think that the problems that we faced, unfortunately, at that time were due to just a particular approach that they had decided to take, and at that stage of the pandemic.
We'll come back and deal with what happened in the autumn in a little bit more detail. I think that the counterpart to that, or the counter argument, or the evidence that's been given about that, is that those individuals who thought that there needed to be a more nuanced debate around impact on the indirect impacts on health and the impact on economy didn't feel that there was sufficient space to have that debate within the executive committee. And I think maybe this was a point that Lord Peter Ware made, that the sense that the Department of Health wielded too much power in those meetings. I think that's the counter argument to that. Do you have sympathy with that viewpoint on their part? Or do you, sympathy is probably the wrong word. Do you understand why they might have had that perception?
I understand that we had difficult choices to make in terms of trying to strike the right balance at that stage of the pandemic, where we're at, what we're facing. I think, in that autumn period in particular, and I don't want to use the wrong quote, but I think the Chief Medical Officer said it was the gravest he'd seen it at that time.
I think he said on the 8th of October that he was never more concerned than he had been,
yes,
as the Chief Medical Officer.
Yes, and I think then when you have that weighing on you and you're trying to get the right balance between what's the right health intervention to suppress the virus, at the same time trying to get the balance right between livelihoods, because people were really suffering. Mental health was very prevalent. People were getting it really, really tough. It was a difficult year. People were tired. It just was, I think, a very getting to a kind of a fraught place in general for people who just had been fed up with COVID at that stage in the general public. But I don't think, regardless of what we would have had in place, the fact that that Edwin Poots has said that they deliberately came in with a particular plan to vote against regulations, then that makes it very difficult, regardless of who's trying to chair the meeting or trying to get a consensus view. Look, I think, again, I don't take away from anybody, because I think everybody was trying to get the balance right. And don't think any of us had the perfect decision point, or could put our hand up and say that was an A-star approach. I think that the difficulty that we had all the time was trying to get that balance. But the gravity of the situation facing us in the autumn was what the Chief Medical Officer had said in October, but then took a few weeks before they came back in terms of asking for more restrictions to be put in place. So I understand where the DUP were coming from, but I also would put it in a bit of context that they're more of a libertarian view. They're not very they don't find favour with intervention, with trying to intervene and bring in the regulations that we were. So I think there was a bit of an ideological approach as well to the meeting.
Okay, I will come back to that meeting, but just for now, I'm just trying to stay on the issue of the Department of Health, and also on the concept of the lead department as well. And obviously we did touch upon that earlier in your evidence. I had wanted first of all to ask you about an email, so I'm going to try and do this over quite a significant period of time and try and bookend it. The inquiry has seen an email of yours that's dated the 26th of March, and sorry, it's not an email from you, it's an email that conveys what you said, that you felt that you needed to be driving the crisis and that you needed to be in control. And I think that when it got to December, and perhaps we can bring this up and bookend it, it's INQ 000 391436. So this is a meeting from the 1st of December 2020. We can see the points that the First Minister was making. And then if we just go to the points that you were making. Thank you. So I think that point, we're left not knowing and left to front things, that might be a theme that can be, or a line that can be drawn from the communications around March until this period of time. So I suppose the first question is whether or not that concern that you weren't being provided with information in a timely enough way, whether that did endure, in fact, until December 2020.
I think it's fair to say yes, because there was frustration at times where we would read on media reports a latest presentation from the Department of Health, and it isn't something that was brought to our attention in advance. So therefore, myself and Arlene would be going out to do media, etc., and you're being asked about things that you're blindsided on, which isn't helpful in terms of trying to communicate. But so I think this is a thread that ran the whole way through, and I think what both herself and myself are reflecting, this is the conversation with Jenny Piper, who became our new interim Hawks, was that we needed her help to come in to try to grab this, so that we moved away from the circuit breaker approach and into a more considered, because obviously this evolved the whole way through the pandemic from first iteration to where we were with this piece of work, and it tried to reflect just the change in space. But there were things that were frustrating. Legislation, regulations being brought forward, we would announce them, but then whenever the legislation was brought forward, perhaps had a different meaning, and there were problems just in terms of turning that around in real time. So we were trying to reflect that with Jenny, and I think Jenny also did a good job in terms of coming in and helping us to try to turn this piece of work around.
And I think, is that then what led to the executive task force?
Yes.
As a better model, perhaps, of coordinating what you wanted to do? Thank you, that can come down. I wanted to go back again in time, but not to dwell on it, Miss O'Neill. After the funeral and the meeting that we've seen on the 2nd of July, we understand that relations between you and the First Minister became difficult and that you stopped doing joint press conferences together. Is that right?
That's right.
And certainly Mr. Swan gave evidence that he regarded that as a really important thing, because before that you had been able to present a united front to the people of Northern Ireland. And I think you do accept from what you said before that obviously your actions had led to damage with your colleagues on the executive committee.
Yes, I accepted that and accept it again today. We'd all been working very hard, and it would never be my intention to I would never have set out intentionally to try to damage things, but it did damage things, and we did stop doing the joint press conference for a period of time. But I immediately set myself to the work of trying to rebuild that trust and confidence, and I was glad then that we were able to get back into doing joint press again from September.
So it was from September onwards. And there will be questions, obviously. I understand the point you might make, that I think was not your choice, but that the First Minister felt that she couldn't appear on a platform with you.
Yes, that's correct.
So
we had a
speak.
conversation about that, and that's what the outcome of it was, yeah.
All right. But just moving on from that, and I suppose the other question that arises is whether or not you accept that you may have contributed at that point in time to a loss of confidence on the part of the public in adhering to the regulations.
I think I've said that. I mean, I think that you can't quantify that, but of course people would have had their view, and I've said I was wrong to go, and I accept, that did damage that public confidence, but equally I would say that I worked really hard to try to gain that back and to build the confidence and the trust and to lead us for the next year and a half through the pandemic.
Okay. And it's not being suggested that that was the sole factor that contributed to perhaps a tailing off of public adherence to regulations?
No, because I think that if to reverse back a bit, I think that we've reflected on just where we were at that time of the year after people living with horrific restrictions and what it meant for them, and people were struggling with mental health, people were struggling financially, people were struggling just in general with their world being turned upside down. So I think compliance became more difficult for us in the latter part of that year, particularly as we were going through that more difficult period, and it was clear that we needed to try and intervene to try to reset that. And I think then compliance, I think people understood the severity again of the situation and broadly were more compliant.
At this point in time, there appears to be suggestion that there were concerns about the lack of enforcement on the part of the police. Was that a concern that you had coming into the autumn of 2020?
I think it was an issue that the Department of Justice and Minister Long would have raised, that perhaps thought that whilst obviously in the first instance we all agreed that it was much better to try to take people with us and not go down the enforcement route, but there was a proposal brought forward that we needed to look at the level of fine, and I think some of that work originated in the work that the junior ministers were doing in terms of enforcement as well.
All right. We obviously come then. I won't take you through everything that happened leading up to the difficult meeting that took place in November. But in terms of the factors that contributed to that meeting being so difficult, was one of them that your relations with other members of the executive committee had been damaged and remained damaged?
No, I believe that we're all mature politicians, and I think that we had that period, and in particular perhaps Arlene and I not doing the joint pressers for that 6-week, I think, or 8-week period. But after that, we came back. I mean, we were back at the executive the week after that. We were back at the executive the whole way through. And I think we did get back in terms of trying to respond to the pandemic and to do our jobs collectively, which I think is fair to say that that's what we try to do.
All right, I'm going to move on then to another topic, if I may, and it's the question of the consideration that was given to equality considerations, particularly at the outset of the pandemic, and the consideration that was given, for example, to disabled people in Northern Ireland and the consequences that lockdown might have. Do you accept that inadequate consideration was given to them, particularly in those early stages, and that there was a lack of understanding as to the implications that lockdown would have for them?
Yes, I think we all have to reflect hard on that, because I think that the speed in which we were trying to take decisions, the fact that we suspended our normal equality impact assessment approach, the fact that we were trying to mitigate as best we could, but we certainly did not get it all right, and a blanket lockdown is always going to probably hurt the more marginalised even further. So I think this is an area where we have to do huge soul searching. I mean, I listened to the impact statement. I think the lady's name was Joanne, about how she felt like forgotten and left behind. I mean, we wouldn't ever, and she asked actually that we never repeat that again, and that needs to be the learning that we take from how we responded to people with disabilities, minority ethnic groups, people out there in society that were just more vulnerable. I think that even though I think we tried to do some very good work, and I mean, I think nobody could in any way question the community response to the pandemic. The fact that we are just a small kind of unique entity here in terms of everybody knows everybody. The fact that government was able to work with local government, we were able to work with community and voluntary sector, we were able to work with the arts sector, the sporting community. The fact that we were able to turn around food boxes, get them directly out to people, the free school meals issue between education and DFC, some of the economy initiatives. I think we tried to provide mitigation, but it definitely didn't touch everybody, and I think we have to be very cognizant of that and ensure that that is a huge, huge lesson learned.
As you say, in a society which is small and in which people know each other very well, and perhaps politicians like you feel closely connected to their communities and very much part of their communities, it might be thought all the more surprising that there wasn't a greater level of understanding of the needs that people would have at a deeper level than food delivery or children getting free school meals.
I think it goes a lot deeper than that. I mean, I think that I am very, very glad that we had a local administration in place. I'm very glad that we had local ministers who had that local knowledge, and I'm very glad that the initiatives that were brought forward, whether that be some of those that have referred to prescriptions being delivered to people's homes. But I also absolutely accept we didn't and couldn't mitigate against all the impact of the pandemic. And if there's a work stream in terms of what we need to do better, this has to be a priority area that we have to get right. And I listened to some of the Disability Action testimony, and like no minister would think that that is comfortable reading. No minister would accept that that is a good enough space for us to be in. So absolutely, this has to be an area where lessons will be learned.
Of course, one of the constituencies of people who stood to be most affected were older people and people who lived in care homes. You agree?
Yes.
And we saw that at the very outset of the pandemic in January 2020, in the briefing that you were provided with, do you recall we saw that? It said yes, that older people and those who already had conditions stood to be disproportionately affected. The inquiry's also seen the guidance that was given by the Department of Health, perhaps particularly in the planning document for mid-March to mid-April, that provided guidance about freeing up, and I'm putting this in my words rather than the technical language that was used, freeing up hospital space by utilising capacity within the care sector. Were you, first of all, did you know at the time that was the guidance or the position being adopted by the Department of Health?
In terms of that document that was published, I'm not sure. I know that the inquiry is going to look in some detail around care homes, and I think this is, again, one of those areas that we must reflect on. I know that I was concerned from very early on in terms of the discharge of people from hospital without being tested, and raised these issues, and I think perhaps that is reflected in executive meetings. I don't think, again, it's a deep source of pain for all those families that were impacted by the care home situation, not least not being able to get access to visit their loved ones. I had raised consistently the issue of testing. The WHO advice, the ECDC advice was test. And I felt that wasn't being done in the way in which it should have been, particularly in those early days. I think that eventually there was, it got to a point where it was much improved, but in those early days, it certainly wasn't. And I know that the inquiry's asked me just to comment briefly as part of the statement, but I'm absolutely willing to participate in more detail in terms of the care home issue and further modules, because I think that we have to get to the bottom of this, and this is one of those things, again, that needs to be got right if we ever, when we find ourselves in this position again, because inevitably we will.
Yes. I think in terms of the testing, though, and for example, the capacity of organisations like the PHA, we know that there wasn't the capacity to scale up testing. The inquiry has heard that, and that the PHA had limited people to engage in tracing. But again, those weren't issues over which anyone or the executive committee was exercising any form of collective scrutiny in those months of February and March. We've seen that, haven't we?
Well, yeah, I would say, again, operational responsibility for care homes absolutely fell within the Department of Health, and therefore that's why you see the plans coming from the Department of Health. But I can categorically say that within executive meetings, repeatedly, executive ministers were raising not just the issue of testing, PPE for staff, testing for staff. We were also offering up that there were community solutions to testing, that there were community and voluntary groups out there that were willing to participate and help the PHA. And we were encouraging the PHA to take that approach. Unfortunately, this is an area that certainly in those early days was absolutely not fit for purpose and did not serve those residents of care homes well.
I think I'm just going to unpick a few bits of that. Sure. I think that the raising of concerns about care homes, it comes a bit later, doesn't it? I think that we start to see concerns being raised about care homes. I think probably, and I can check this, but I think that from maybe around April time, concerns start to be raised.
Yes, because at that time, again, the situation's still rapidly deteriorating, but the Department of Health have operational responsibility in terms of care homes, and again, the legislative provisions, it's not for us to overreach in terms of their remit. However, we didn't accept that, and I think it's fair to say that I think the minutes will reflect probably every minister was raising this issue as something that we need to get ahead of, and that it wasn't good enough in those early days, and I think we all will accept that even now. In terms of collective responsibility again.
I think from the underlying documents that we've seen in terms of testing for people, just focusing on testing for people coming out of hospital, that certainly in and around the 18th of April, and I think it was announced on the 19th of April, that it was then that all discharges to care homes, so all individuals being discharged to care homes should be tested for COVID-19. So, that's obviously a long way down the line, isn't it?
But you can see throughout all of the minutes the whole way through from that I have consistently raised the issue of why aren't we just testing everybody, not just symptomatic or asymptomatic? Why are we not just blanket testing? Because I was concerned as soon as these issues were brought to my attention. That was whenever I was constantly raising them, and they were brought to our attention by families, by loved ones, by people who work in the care home sector. And as I said, I think nobody can say anything other than this initial response to care homes wasn't good enough.
Because it was being raised, but I think the answer was because we don't have capacity. Is that right?
Yeah, but I didn't accept that because I felt that there were other ways in which the capacity could have been achieved, because we had people who were volunteering to come forward and staff testing centres and do things to assist in the pandemic. And I think, unfortunately, that wasn't taken up, but I can't speak for PHA's thinking as to why they didn't take that up, but they clearly articulate staffing as a problem. There's no doubt the system was stretched, but these were the most vulnerable people, and it should have been better.
I'm not sure that it was a question of staffing being stretched at this stage. It would appear, but you may know differently, that the issue was there wasn't testing capacity rather than having people to go and administer staff. Is that your understanding? That
Probably,
was the
I think it was
position?
both. It was being articulated at the time.
And I think, in fact, it's correct that in terms of testing for asymptomatic people, I think that testing every 2 weeks wasn't introduced until about August 2020. Does that accord with your understanding as well?
I don't recall the exact date, but I know that it came later, yes.
All right. But again, you accept that that's far too late in the piece.
As I was saying from day one, test, trace and isolate. These were the advice that we were being given. And that didn't happen in the department.
And do you regard that again as being a failure of collective responsibility, that the infrastructure wasn't in place or that the plans hadn't been made in order to ensure that...
I'm not trying to distance ourselves from this issue, because I think really what the public need to hear is that we're going to do better and that we're going to, arrest and make sure that this never happens again. But operational responsibility for this issue fell within the department, just as operational responsibility for responding to communities fell within the Department of Communities, or operational responsibility for schools legislatively fell within those remits. But that being said, I think we should all not be too guarded about accepting that care homes could have been better, and we need to learn that lesson.
Can I just ask about that? So if it's clear, or if the First Minister and the Deputy First Minister have a concern that a critical aspect of a response to a pandemic isn't being delivered and people's lives are being put at risk, are you suggesting that there isn't really anything that they can do about that apart from asking about it in the executive committee?
Trying to influence it. I'm just articulating the legislative position that you can't direct another minister from another party. Again, it goes back to our unique system of governance. You can't direct, as First and Deputy First, another minister to do a certain thing that's within their operational responsibility. You can try to influence, which is usually how these things happen, but I'm just setting out that's the legislative position within the department.
Right. I'm going to deal with a separate issue then, and that relates to informal communications. Miss O'Neill. I think you deal with this in your statement, but I think just to be clear about it, I think that you accept that you cleansed or wiped your devices when the power sharing arrangements came to an end. Is that right?
That's right.
So did you delete them in and around February? I think it was February 2022, or was it later than that?
Yeah, I'm assuming whenever I left office, yes.
All right. And I also think it's correct that if we look, for example, at the messages between you and Baroness Foster, that it's right that those messages do discuss substantive matters about the response to the pandemic.
No messages ever. There may have been a to and fro in a conversation outside of a meeting, but the official record was the official record in terms of decisions made. and I was confident that any decision making that we, like Arlene and I couldn't decide on a message to decide to do something, we would have to bring it to the executive. So all decisions were recorded on the official record in terms of what the civil service hold, and that was a requisite of even the RHI inquiry, where all records must be kept, notes of meetings, everything must be recorded.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not just decisions that have to be recorded, though, is it? It is discussions around them. There are rules, aren't there? There's guidance about what should be retained and committed to the official record. Yes?
Well, yes, but I'm confident that all decisions, and because we would have maybe had an initial conversation, but that didn't prohibit a conversation in an official capacity with officials. So I'm confident that all those decisions were recorded. I have been a Minister for Health, I've been a Minister for Agriculture and Rural Affairs, and I noted other ministers, Minister Long, had the same approach as I in terms of clearing your device because of sensitive information before you hand it back to the department, because it's going to be redistributed to another member of staff, and that was the process in which we had in previous departments as well. So that would be why that approach was taken.
I just want to check your witness statement.
Sure.
I think what you say, so I'm referring to your statement of March 2024. I think if we look at paragraph 396, and perhaps if that could be brought up on screen, it's INQ 000 436 641. So what you say in your statement is, I would occasionally have used WhatsApp, text messages and iMessages to communicate about logistical or administrative matters. This would have included confirming availability or changing timings for meetings, or notifications about papers that had been emailed or were cleared. I did not use WhatsApp, text messages or iMessages to communicate about matters related to the response to the pandemic, other than logistical and administrative matters. So you weren't in your witness statement confining that to decisions that were made, were you?
Probably just in terms of how excuse me, how I read that. I can see, given that message that you've just referred to, how that would be taken that way. I can just say that I was assured that the official record was being recorded, and I know that any exchanges that I have on any of the devices are with the official system through all the private office staff, and I think they've all been shared with the inquiry. So I think that everything that was exchanged with me from anybody in the department, the civil service, should all be on the public record.
Sorry, I want to be clear and I want to be fair about this. I mean, you are quite clear in your statement, aren't you, about saying that you would only use, or that you would occasionally have used WhatsApp to communicate about logistical and administrative matters, correct?
Yes.
And you appear to repeat that. Is that correct or not?
I think it's fair to say, given what we're talking about, it not use these platforms for any policy, financial or political discussion of a response to COVID. When I make that statement, I'm referring to being of the understanding that everything is recorded in terms of decisions on the official record, but I'm happy to correct that if you think that that's appropriate.
Well, I mean, if we look, and we've looked at some of the messages between you and Baroness Foster, but if we look, I mean, we can look at it again, INQ 000 400 592. And perhaps if we go to page 5 of that. I think we can see a discussion about, I I think this is the Minister for Finance. It's reference to Connor. And references to rates papers.
Mm-hmm.
And if we scroll down, please. And perhaps we can maybe just go to page 10. Oh, sorry, so we can see there, if we look at the 22nd of May, 22nd of May 2020, Baroness Foster's asking you about your views about the quarantine fine. I think it should be £1,000. £60 will be derisory. And I think page 17. If we could just scroll down, please. I think again we can see Baroness Foster asking you for your view on Portugal. If we just carry on down, please. Yeah, so I think that just provides some examples, Miss O'Neill, of the kind of discussions that you were having with Baroness Foster, yes?
Yes.
And these are certainly not just administrative matters, are they, or fixing dates for meetings?
No, you're right. They are an exchange around issues, but they will not be the formal record of any decision that will be made. That will come to the executive.
The duty to record isn't just confined to a formal record, is it?
But I can accept that on reflection, I don't have these messages, so I couldn't, when I looked, I didn't have anything like this to give you, so, and I hadn't read this until now, but I can reflect that even though I understood that to be the way in which to do things in terms of my previous experience as a minister, obviously it'd be much more fulsome if I had that, these same records to give to you, and I can correct my statement.
Just focusing, first of all, on the fact that you're having substantive, or you're certainly discussing business issues, if I can put it like that, by WhatsApp, aren't you?
Sorry, say that again?
You're certainly discussing business issues. I'm calling them business to just cover the range of government topics that you're discussing with Baroness Foster, yes?
Yes.
And I think we can agree that this isn't just about meeting or administration. Do you agree?
Yes, I do agree.
And do you also agree that the duty to record information, the duty on you as a minister, isn't just about the formal record, so to speak, or recording decisions? Yes?
Yes.
You have
But I think I worked on the basis that all official decisions will be recorded, but I absolutely can hear or listen to what you're saying in terms of developing a conversation that eventually ended up in an official executive decision.
I'm just trying to, I think, understand what you understand your duties were to record information and to ensure that it's committed to the official record. So do you accept that there's a duty to commit official discussions about business matters to the record?
Yes, I do.
And do you accept that this sort of discussion is the sort of thing that has it's moved into the territory of a government business discussion, and that it ought to form part of the formal record?
Yes, I do.
So putting that to one side, Miss O'Neill, because that's a separate issue from the question of this inquiry and the duties that were owed to this inquiry. You were informed, weren't you, by Miss Brady about your obligations to the inquiry and to ensure that all evidence and information for it was retained?
I don't recall the conversation, but I have read the submission that came up, so clearly I must have received it.
So is that the submission? I think it's dated the 21st of November, 2021.
That's right.
So you accept that she provided you with guidance about your duties in respect of this inquiry and what ought to be retained for it?
Yeah, I can only accept that I did receive that communication. I don't recall it, but I can only accept that I did.
And do you also accept that she provided with it the legal guidance that had been generated by the Departmental Solicitor's Office?
No, I can't recall seeing that.
Are you aware, though, that she attached it to that submission?
I'm aware from reading that submission that it was, but I don't recall seeing it.
And would you have read that at the time?
I'm assuming anything that's put in front of me that I will, of course I will read it, but I just don't recall it.
That guidance, the legal guidance, gave an instruction about the retention of material for the inquiry, and it included, I can take you to it if
No, it's okay, I
you,
take your word.
if you want to. It included the instruction that informal communications would fall within the material that might have to be disclosed to the inquiry. Yes?
Yes.
And have you seen that, Miss O'Neill?
This guidance?
Yes.
Yes.
Have you seen the guidance? So do you accept that the guidance is quite clear that that's what you ought to have done?
Yeah, but I think also in that document it talks about the official record and how it would be recorded, and I can accept that that I wrongly was working on the assumption that everything that is recorded through the system would be officially on the official record. But on hindsight, absolutely, of course, those exchanges are talking much more than logistics, so I can accept that.
But the legal guidance that was generated was quite clear, wasn't it? That information or that WhatsApps might fall within the material that had to be disclosed to the inquiry. Yes?
Yeah, yes, okay, yes. I think, as I said, I don't recall reading that advice. I do remember from reading the submission that it talked about the official record and how everything was being recorded. I remember conversations about all of that. But I accept that I should have kept my additional exchanges with, in particular with Arlene, and anything else that was relevant.
Well, you were duty bound, weren't you?
Sure.
To retain all information, regardless of format, that might be potentially relevant to the inquiry.
And I thought that I did, but clearly I didn't.
And it's not just about messages with Baroness Foster, is it? I mean, you deleted all of your devices, as I understand it, that you had. Yes?
Yes, my personal phone, which I would do frequently in terms of just the level of sensitive information that I would have on my phone.
So this wasn't you weren't discriminating. You weren't
Absolutely
thinking,
not.
I'll delete some of that and I'll keep that. It was your entire device, wasn't it?
Yes, absolutely not. And would reset my phone regularly, just in terms of security and not leaving my phone down somewhere with anything sensitive in relation to it. So that's something that I would do routinely on an ongoing basis and have done since probably coming into elected office, particularly at a higher government level.
So given the clarity of advice that was provided by the Departmental Solicitor's Office, why did you reset your device after it had been given?
Again, I was working on the basis that everything that was held in the central record was disclosing everything that I was engaged in terms of any correspondence. So I thought the official record held every piece of communication. As I said, I'm aware that every piece of communication with any department official, head of civil service, even Arlene, from what she was able to provide, I worked on the basis that everything was in the system. Clearly, that's not how it's transpired.
Did you regularly analyse or go through your WhatsApp messages to work out what should be committed to the record before you deleted your devices?
But I worked on the department phone, and in my own phone would be just on rare occasions as opposed to anything on an ongoing way.
Sorry, let me just be clear about this. These messages or these WhatsApps that you exchanged with Baroness Foster, are they on your personal phone or your business phone?
You see, I don't know because I didn't have those exchanges, so I'm not sure. I'm assuming my department phone.
We can check. We've assumed that it's your departmental
Yeah,
phone.
I
but
can
if
only
there's
assume
any
that would be
doubt about
I
that.
think that was how we communicated.
But in terms of your wiping your device, what I'm trying to understand is whether before you would periodically do that, as you've suggested, whether you would go through any exercise of checking whether or not there's something that you should commit to the official record before you wiped it.
I think all of this has become more crystal clear in the event of the RHI report, and we all now know that that is how we conduct ourselves. If I had a meeting in the hallway with someone now, I would have to tell my official about it, and it would have to be written down and commended to the official record. As far as the pandemic period is concerned, I was working on the basis that I had committed everything that needed to the inquiry. I don't have the personal phone, but I think every other exchange in terms of with the civil service itself is there for the inquiry to see.
Just to be clear about this, that's because some people who worked with you still had their devices intact, correct?
Well, they're the official holder of the information, as in the civil servants.
Yes, but what I mean is we haven't got anything from your phone because it was wiped, yes?
Yes, but as per what I understood to be the practice, as did Minister Long from being in previous departments, that a minister's phone would be reset in return.
Yes, but I think just coming back to the point and what you understood your duties to be, first of all, I think the RHI report was published at some stage in 2020, correct?
We were just actually trying to work our way through the recommendations of it when we came back into office.
Yes, so in 2020,
January, yeah.
we're discussing February 2022, and added to whatever the RHI said, you had been given clear advice that you should be retaining WhatsApps, yes?
Yes, but I believe I've misunderstood exactly what I should retain and thought I had retained everything that that was relevant to the COVID decision-making process.
My lady, I have been given a note to say that we are going to break at 3:05.
We were meant to be breaking it. Oh yes, of course it's 10:02 we started. Yes. Do you want to go? How much longer have you got on this topic?
I think it's almost finished, but if you would, sorry, I had understood that there was an imperative to finish, but if there isn't, that's fine.
No, just I think Mr. Scott being careful. Probably best if you don't mind. I'm sorry we're going to have to break again, but we need to ensure the stenographer has proper break. So even if we are mid-topic, it's probably, as we've now broken,
Yes,
I'll come back
sure.
at 1:30.
Okay.
Thank you,
Stop
Lady. So, Ms O'Neill, just before that short adjournment, I think that you had accepted that, first of all, you knew about this inquiry, yes. You'd been provided with a ministerial submission on the need to retain information for it, and you'd also been provided with legal guidance that pointed out the need to, or that WhatsApp material or informal communications was also the sorts of material that needed to be retained for the inquiry, yes?
Yes, yeah.
But nonetheless, you went ahead and you wiped, I think, your own devices. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you didn't return them to your office, your private office, so that they could return them to IT Assist.
No, as I explained, I
you
did.
actually did it
previously
yourself.
Yeah.
And can you just explain why, in light of everything that you knew, you went ahead and did that? In other words, notwithstanding all of the instructions that you had been given.
I think two things. I think, firstly, I wiped the device, as Minister Long explained, because we thought that was our custom and practice in terms of departmental phones being returned. Secondly, that I believed that the official record was recorded and populated. And thirdly, clearly a misunderstanding on my part in terms of like informal communication and what actually that meant. But by and large, I'm satisfied that the vast majority of everything that I communicated was on the device and hopefully on the official record. But I concede that my understanding of the WhatsApp and informal communication is not as where it should have been.
You might be satisfied of that, Miss O'Neill, but this inquiry doesn't have the chance to be satisfied about what's contained on your device, does it?
Yeah, sorry, I meant I was satisfied. I thought that the record was recorded, but absolutely I take the point about the inquiry not being satisfied, that I don't have that additionality to bring to what is already on the record.
And you must have understood from the advice that you were given that the inquiry foresaw and understood that there might be value in having informal communications retained for the purposes of its work.
And again, I can only say that I didn't use that device in the main for anything other than just if, for example, I was online and I needed to make arrangements or things like that. But by and large, I was of the view that I didn't have anything on those devices that would have been for the inquiry. I thought that was all in the official record, but with hindsight, I reflect on that.
And we only have your word to go on about that, really, don't we?
I accept that, yeah.
And we've already seen that your witness statement is wrong insofar as it suggests that you only used your devices for the purposes of administration. Yes.
Yes, and just for the record, not to be deliberately misleading, but clearly my understanding of what I was writing in the statement, but I can correct that.
Yeah, it's not really that you can correct it, Miss O'Neill, it's that you made a witness statement to this inquiry saying that you used your devices for the purposes of administration, when it's quite clear that that was not correct.
That was my understanding, that was in the main how I used that device.
My lady, I'm going to move on if I may.
Yes, please. Thank you.
I wanted to go back to the meeting that took place on the 9th of November, the meeting that went on for a period of 4 days. And I wanted to ask, if I may, Miss O'Neill, whether you considered that the deployment of the cross-community vote during it was damaging to the executive committee itself, first of all, and then to ask you whether or not you thought that it was damaging to public confidence as well. But if I could ask you the first point, please.
Yes, I believe it was. The cross-community provision is in order to protect minorities when what we were discussing in terms of decision-making at the executive was in relation to regulations that impacted across wider society. So it was wholly inappropriate to use a cross-community mechanism as a blocking mechanism in the executive. There have been other times, of course, when votes were taken, but on a straight bat.
Yes.
And that should have been how business was conducted at this time.
Can I just ask you, I think we can look, for example, at the vote that was taken about schools, I think it's correct that that wasn't taken on a cross-community basis, was it?
No, that's correct. It was taken on a straight bat vote and stack up the numbers on either side of the question.
Yes. And in terms of damage that may have been done owing to the deployment of the cross-community vote, do you think that that continued to impact upon the executive after that 4-day meeting took place?
I think that it was a really challenging time for us. A meeting that, by anybody's imagination, that goes on for 4 days long is going to be very taxing. It was very clear from the medical advice that we were being given that this intervention was necessary, and it's also equally clear, as I said earlier, that there was an intention on the part of DUP ministers to come in to mark cards, as they described it, and to veto the advice. That's unfortunate, and it was not a good moment in time for the whole of the executive, and particularly given just the scale of the problems that we had again at that time, and the virus transmission, etc. But like all of these junctures, we're able to come back from these things and get on with doing our job and working through the issues, which we did throughout the days ahead, albeit that some ministers mightn't have been happy with the outcome and the outworking of it and expressed that in a public way. But outside of that, I think we just got on with continuing to work our way through it as best we could. And I think at this juncture is where Jenny Piper's work becomes even more important in terms of trying to bring that all together again.
What about the damage that was done to public confidence by calling a cross-community vote? And of course, it's understood you weren't the person calling for it, of course. Do you consider that it had a broader impact beyond the confines of the executive committee?
I think given that where we were at the end of that very difficult year, where we were with transmission rates, where we were with this, growing nearly anti-COVID, even thinking in relation to vaccinations and kind of the kind of anti-sentiment that came at that kind of started to really rise at that time. It was unhelpful because it fueled a lot of that kind of noise. There's no stretch of any imagination that would articulate that it's the right thing to do to deploy a cross-community vote for public health advice. And I think that's the part that public couldn't understand. And so it was another very, very difficult time in the pandemic response.
And was part of the damage also the fact that, again, well, we've already heard, because that meeting was effectively being broadcast, as it were, via tweets, that the public knew that these were issues about which ministers were divided and didn't have a common position?
Yes, I think very much there was an attempt to paint a picture from some ministerial colleagues that it was health versus the economy, health versus people's mental health, health versus all the other societal impacts of the pandemic. And that clearly wasn't the case, because we were trying to get the balance in all of those things. As I said earlier, none of us can stand over that it was always the perfect balance, but we did strive to get a good balance. So I think for all of those reasons, it was extremely unhelpful, and it then prolonged that meeting itself, that we had to keep adjourning, to keep coming back. And you can see for 4 days, there's an attempt to try to get consensus. There's an attempt to try to move to that point, but the medical advice is the medical advice, and then you have to interrogate it and then make a decision. Some people in the executive have chosen to take one direction, and the rest of us, all bar one party, would have supported what was being brought forward from health as a necessary even intervention at that time. But unfortunately, we couldn't achieve that, and then it meant we had a stop-start,
Yes.
Approach, which wasn't helpful either.
That's what I wanted to ask you about, because I think perhaps this isn't something that's entirely clear, and it may help to spell it out slightly what then happened. I think as the inquiry understands it, there was a decision at the end of that meeting to extend the restrictions. I think it was by 2 weeks. But I think it's right that they then lapsed in and around the 29th of November, so that there was a week when non-essential retail opened, and I think cafes opened as well. Is that right?
Yeah, it was ludicrous, to be quite frank, in terms of an approach. I mean, the regs fell off the face of the earth if we didn't vote to extend them. So we had that very difficult period in between where some things opened up, some didn't. But then we had to regroup and come back at it again.
And I think, again, just to try and understand what happened, there was that period of 1 week. Then I think a further circuit breaker, so to speak, for a 2-week period.
Yes.
But did that then fall away at the end of those 2 weeks as well? It appears to have.
That would have brought us into November.
It would have taken to the 13th of December.
Yes. I think that I would have to double check that to be sure. I wouldn't want to give you the wrong information, but it was 6 weeks was proposed. We agreed 4, then we had an extra 2. And then they needed some more, obviously, or we had the period at the end of December, and then early January we were back at it again.
I don't want to lead you into error. I think
I
don't
think
want that they fell away on the 13th of December, but that's obviously something that can be checked. But in terms of that start and stop, it's the 2 weeks, then the week of opening, then the 2 weeks, yes?
Yes.
And then I think you were straight into then having to deal with the challenges of what to do about decision making around Christmas, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And I think in the context of difficult advice about the pressures that the health system was being put under at that time, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And I think the inquiry's also seen that that week, whenever restrictions fell away at the start of December, 23rd of November for a week, there's certainly evidence in the papers that were provided to the executive committee that was contributing to an infection rate increase, I think of about 25%. Is that?
I don't recall that exact figure, but I know it was said at the time that the opening would have definitely contributed to the already difficult situation.
And I think that it's around this time that you didn't want to commit to a 4-nation statement committing to arrangements over Christmas as well. Is that right?
I think just because we had differences of approach or difference of emphasis, for no other reason other than it just didn't work. And I can't even recall, if I'm honest, the exact wording, but I know that we were perhaps in a different space where the message that we were trying to portray perhaps wasn't reflected in the 4 nations. So at different times, Scotland took a different approach, Wales took a different approach than we did. And that must have been why, at that point, that I had perhaps indicated that wasn't where I thought we should be.
And I think it's right, again, just tracing this through, Ms O'Neill, that I think right up until, I think I've got this right, about the 21st of December, there was uncertainty and then a change of position about the bubbling arrangements that there would be in Northern Ireland. And I think it's correct that you reduced the period of time that people would be able to meet for a period of 2 days. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then there was then effectively a lockdown took place, I think, from about the 26th of December onwards. The inquiry has seen the evidence about infection rates and also about death rates in January as well. In your view, what were the factors which contributed to what happened in the January of 2021?
So I think that, I mean, it was very clear from October, from the CMO's statement at that time, that things were gradually deteriorating. They had favoured a 6-week intervention that wasn't achieved. So then we had 4, then we had 2, and a lot of that adds to, given the noise that was being made publicly as well, and leaks and all those contributory factors, that meant that it was difficult in terms of the public's compliance. Also, it was the end of the difficult year, and the public were fed up. Now, we were still doing behavioural analysis and science around, compliance and things like that at that stage. But it was clear people were sufficiently concerned again at that time. But it's winter, people are more indoors. It's a whole combination of factors, I think, led us into what was then a very, very difficult January. And I think the voting against the public health advice is a stark underlining of just some of the complexities of just the nature of governance that we had. But it certainly didn't, not just pinpointing that one thing, but the whole approach around that period clearly led to an increased transmission rate.
All right. My lady, those are all of my questions for Mr Neal, but I think there are some other questions.
There are, indeed. Mr Wilcock, is it you?
First Minister, I ask you questions on behalf of the Northern Ireland COVID-bereaved families for justice. And my lady and First Minister, many of the topics we've been granted permission to ask questions on have been thoroughly covered by Ms Dobbin, and we thank her for that. But I therefore want to confine myself, First Minister, to asking you questions on 3 separate topics.
Okay.
Topic 1. You told us this morning that in February-March 2020, it was clear to you that the Department of Health were the lead in the government response to COVID, and that despite at different times you asking what else the Executive Office needed to be doing in terms of a wider cross-departmental response, the view of Health was that it was too soon and you had no advice to counter that view. And you'll remember giving that evidence. Do you agree that this uncertainty between you and the Department of Health, i.e. the Executive Office and the Department of Health, could only impede ministerial decision-making about Northern Ireland's preparedness and response to the developing coronavirus emergency?
Are you asking me all 3 at the one time, or?
It's one question. Do you agree?
Oh yes, yes. I think certainly. I think that in terms of the lessons learned, there's no doubt that it will reflect that we need to be very clear in terms of civil contingencies and when it can be stood up. So yes, I accept that.
And do you recall illustrating this confusion between yourself and the Department of Health by telling us that as far as you were concerned, the invitation to the Department of Health to attend the UK COBRA meetings from 24th of January was never even brought to your attention?
That's correct.
On the other hand, you know, don't you, that on the 12th of February, a Cabinet tabletop exercise known as Operation Nimbus to, I quote, rehearse ministerial level decision-making for the UK's pandemic preparedness and response within the context of the current novel coronavirus outbreak took place. You know that, don't you?
I know that now, yes.
Yes. You didn't deal with that in your statement, did you?
I don't recall, but if you're telling me I didn't, then I assume
I'm
I
wrong,
haven't.
someone will tell me. Now, you say you didn't know that, you knew that now. According to Bernie Rooney, who then held a temporary position in the Executive Office as assistant grade Deputy Director level, the records indicate that on the 6th of February 2020, Mrs Foster, the First Minister then, decided that the Minister of Health should continue to represent Northern Ireland and attend this exercise alone, and that you subsequently confirmed the decision on the 10th of February. Does that accord with your recollection?
It does not.
It does not?
No.
So you think Ms Rooney is wrong in saying that's what the records indicate?
No, I can't say that, but I certainly do not ever recall being asked about that. And if a record is available that reflects that, then I will reflect on that, but certainly no, that's not my understanding.
And you told us this morning that it only became clear to you, quote, as things developed, that you needed to have a wider systems approach to what was happening than just having the Department of Health involved. And do you remember saying that? Mm-hmm. The inquiry heard evidence yesterday from Professors Gray and O'Connor that it ought to have been obvious from an early point that any response to the pandemic was, quote, a cross-cutting issue that was across all departments and required a response from every single department. Are you saying that their expert evidence is unfair?
No, I haven't seen their expert evidence or read their expert evidence. What I have suggested earlier is that very much in those early days, the Department of Health were in the lead and civil contingencies in support. But I have also accepted that we could have had civil contingencies stood up earlier.
Well, the question's a bit more specific than that. It was obvious, wasn't it, right from the start, that the coronavirus, the COVID situation was going to require everyone, all departments, not just the Department of Health. And that must have been obvious right from the start, beginning of February.
I think what was very clear to us as a fledgling executive was that the Department of Health were in the lead in those initial days, and we had no information to counter that wasn't the right approach. But certainly I have accepted that a wider systems approach, which I did then go on to advocate for, and that cross-departmental approach became more clear, but not until March.
And coming back to Operation Nimbus, Mr Swan told us that he had no recollection of his attendance at Operation Nimbus and referred to his limited actions afterwards. I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, but we have not seen any record of you asking him about what happened when he took place in Operation Nimbus. Do I take it from your answer you just don't remember anything about Operation Nimbus, that you can't tell us whether you did speak to him about what happened?
I'm saying I can't reflect, and I would have to look towards the documentation to see if I can find a record of an exchange, but I can't reflect on that as we speak here now. But if I find a record, then I would be more than happy to provide it to the inquiry.
And does the same answer apply if I were to ask you what feedback you got from Mr Swan when he attended that operation? Did he tell you what he had said at Operation Nimbus?
Given that I can't recall the Nimbus operation, then I would have to reflect on that before I could properly answer you.
You've been asked many questions this morning about the steps you took to challenge, scrutinise and ask questions of the Department of Health. They may have felt to you like criticisms. Knowing what you do now, do you not agree that you might have been assisted in overseeing the measures the Department of Health was taking in February if you had been informed by someone about Operation Nimbus rehearsals, as I say, which were of a ministerial level decision-making for the pandemic preparedness and response to coronavirus?
I think that stands to reason.
It does. And I'm going to suggest to you that the lack of communication, if there was any, between you and Mr Swan about this meeting would be a clear example of the political dysfunction between the Department of Health and the Executive Office in the response to COVID from February 2020. I give you that opportunity to comment. You're going to say, I don't remember.
No, thank you for that. Communication has been a problem, had been a problem throughout, and I think I've reflected on that, and we must do better. In terms of the dysfunction, I think it's fair to characterise it at times that we weren't in a good place at all, and it was caused difficulties in terms of communicating the public health message. I also would like to be equally fair to my ministerial colleagues, that I believe that people were there to try to do their very, very best. I believe that all ministers were faced with very difficult decisions, and I believe that that we all welcome the fact that the inquiry will assist in terms of the lessons learned and allow us to try to improve things for whenever we do face such, or whoever is in office faces such a position again.
Thank you. Topic 2. You've been asked many questions about your attendance at Mr Story's funeral, and my clients have noted your evidence this morning that you never set out to compound their grief and didn't realise the hurt you had caused, but now accept that you ought to have done. In assessing that evidence, can I ask you about something that the then Minister for the Economy, Mrs Diane Dodds, has said in her sworn statement, in which she explicitly recognises that proceedings can be brought against her if she makes a false statement. Mrs Dodds says in that statement that after the funeral, you indicated that you would do what you did again to attend the funeral of a friend. Have you said what Mrs Dodds alleges?
I believe that in a press statement or a press conference directly after the funeral, I may have said that I would not apologise for attending the funeral of a friend. Subsequently, I have obviously corrected that and said again this morning to my lady, to the families of the bereaved, that I ought not to have went, I should not have went, and I never have set out to hurt people, but I know that my actions did. I want to be very clear and unequivocal in terms of my apology. I would never, ever compound people's hurt, but I know that I did, and I know that I made people angry.
Last question on the topic. At what point did you reach that realisation?
I think it's very clear, with the benefit of hindsight, that I should not have went to the funeral. I'm sorry that I did, and I'm sorry that for the impact. I think it's a realisation on that
First
day.
Minister, that's not an answer to the question. I really don't want to spend too much time on it. At what point did you realise the hurt that you had caused?
As soon as I listened to the many families that I actually have met and engaged with who've lost loved ones throughout the pandemic.
But that was immediate, wasn't it? It was all over the papers.
I don't want to take away from the fact that I want the families to be crystal clear that I want to apologise to them. I want that to be taken in the spirit in which it's intended. I did say I was sorry on a number of occasions, but I think this is the appropriate juncture in which to be as wholesome as I can be on it, that I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I would not have tried to hurt anybody. I did, and I angered people, and I accept that. But I just want to put on record again today to all those families, I am sorry for the experience that you've had, and I am sorry that my actions compounded that.
Thank you. Topic 3. It's right, isn't it, that the Executive Office is the sponsor of the Equality Commission and the department responsible for equality policy and legislation in the Northern Ireland Executive?
That's correct.
It's also right, isn't it, that Section 75 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, which requires public authorities in Northern Ireland to have regard to any differential, unfair impact of their actions on certain categories of persons, including on the basis of gender, disability and age, was, as you told us this morning, effectively suspended at various times during the pandemic. Do you accept that the consequence of this was, in essence, that actions could be carried out during the pandemic and enforced without any consideration of any unequal impact those actions may have on the individuals or groups of individuals I've just listed?
Yes, I think I said that earlier, that I regret that that's the position that we were in terms of moving forward with blanket lockdowns and the implications that had, particularly for those people more vulnerable, and the fact that the normal EQIA process wasn't conducted. And I indicate that that's one of the areas of lessons learned that we need to appropriately fix for any future juncture.
Can we have a copy of your statement to this inquiry, which is INQ 000436641, and I'm looking at page 23 on the screen. And can we just highlight paragraph 79? I think, First Minister, you should be able to see in this paragraph that you note that you were aware that the health service was in danger of being overwhelmed from March, and that during the 2nd of March Executive Committee meeting, the Chief Medical Officer referred to community transmission of COVID and its detrimental effect on personal services. You then go on to say, he, the Chief Medical Officer, spoke of the need for the Health and Social Services Boards to take difficult decisions on prioritisation, clinical decisions and ethical issues. He spoke about the need to be prepared for weeks and months, and that we were dealing with a very transmissible virus. Now, First Minister, many of those that I represent are concerned that their relatives were effectively given up on, or, to put another way, that some lives were prioritised during the response to COVID. Would you agree that it should have been clear from the warning the Chief Medical Officer gave in this meeting that there were significant equality issues being raised, given that there was a discussion by him of prioritisation in circumstances where it was possible healthcare was going to be overwhelmed?
Yes, and I absolutely accept that when the Chief Medical Officer spoke about the need for difficult decisions to be taken on prioritisation. I recall, and even clinical decisions and ethical issues. I remember having a conversation with them in terms of a patient with cancer, how that service could be downturned. I remember in particular being asked about a lady with 2 children who was told that her cancer treatment would stop. That was the horrific nature of the decisions that were facing those people, particularly within the health service. So it was very clear to us all that there were going to be implications, dire implications for many people, and we tried to mitigate that as best as we can. We could never, as I said earlier, we could never have mitigated against all the implications, but we did try, and I referenced a number of areas where, you know, departments worked together. They worked with the community and voluntary sector. We put funding out into community groups. We tried to do all these things, but yes, we didn't reach everybody, and we have to take that on board. And yes, everything was not as you would want it to be in an ideal scenario, of course. We did try our best to mitigate, but I don't think that anybody would accept that we did that in as fulsome a way as what we would have wanted to do.
First Minister, with respect, it's not just a question of taking it on board. One concern that many of those I represent feel is that the safeguards were removed or did not operate properly at a time when people were being isolated from their families, which, as you know, in Northern Ireland is a source of some support to people, and from other professionals such as GPs who could identify any failings in their care. And that includes not only the Section 75 suspension we've spoken about, but also the changes to the RQIA inspections in care homes. And my question to you is this: do you agree that the simultaneous removal of those safeguards, those sort of safeguards, when vulnerable people were isolated, at a time that you were being told that difficult decisions on prioritisation, clinical decisions and ethical issues had to be taken, should have raised alarm bells with you and your colleagues on the executive?
I think it's fair to say that the alarm bells were very much with colleagues on the executive across a whole range of issues. That's why we set about trying to bring in and to use our community structures effectively to try to support people on the ground as close to them in their community as we possibly could. That's why we brought forward the different mitigations that we did in terms of trying to support people. But I think that there's no doubt, like when you're bringing in a lockdown and that sort of society-wide approach, it is always going to, and for the right reasons in terms of trying to reduce the spread of the virus and protect people. But I think even in the context of what we did, of course, we could have done better in mitigating the impact on vulnerable people, harder to reach groups and individuals. And when we reflect on what was done, we can reflect on what was done well, and there were many good things, but we also have to equally reflect on what wasn't done well. And I think there's a range of things that we could refer to there.
And in reflecting on those issues, are you aware, I think you might have mentioned that you are, of the evidence that Marion Reynolds gave in this inquiry in relation to her Aunt Marie?
Yes.
And she told us that Mary went into hospital with pneumonia in September 2020, where she then contracted COVID. Her aunt was deaf, but members of staff were still wearing masks, which prevented her aunt from lip reading. And she described her aunt being admitted to a care home in circumstances where she was not permitted to visit. And when she did eventually get access to her aunt, she found her near death. And she believed that not only was the social isolation that her aunt experienced detrimental to her, but the lack of visiting also meant that family members were not there to be able to identify whether or if relatives were being treated poorly. Now, that treatment, you will accept, is sadly not unusual in the reports of what happened during the pandemic, is it?
I think that's fair to say, and I did listen to Marion and her own personal story and that of her aunt. And unfortunately, it reflects the experience of too many families throughout the pandemic, and that's why I welcome the particular focus on care homes, in particular a future model. This must be something that we get right, but there's no brushing away that experience. There's no brushing away any family who's been through that experience, and that has to feed into the lessons learned.
You highlight care homes, and we understand why you do, but do you agree that putting the health and lives of the most vulnerable, like Mary Reynolds, at risks in circumstances of enforced social isolation, even if it was done with the best of intentions, was a significant failing on the part of the executive's equality duties, and that this was still occurring many, many months into the pandemic?
I think we had difficult decisions to take at the very outset of the pandemic, including the suspending the Section 75 equality screening. But let's not hide behind that. Maureen's experience and so many's experience was horrific. And all I can say is that what we did as an executive, particularly in those early days in terms of lockdown, social isolation, all those things that were brought to play, were to try to save lives. They were to try to actually get us, well, to initially to respond to that and suppress the virus. However, the outworking of trying to do that right thing led to the outworking of Marion and her aunt's experience, and that's not a balance that I'm prepared to accept is in any way acceptable, and we must take that on board and ensure that the proper processes are in place, particularly around those most vulnerable in society, and particularly in care homes.
There is, in fact, one more thing you could say. What planning is being done to ensure that in a future pandemic, full consideration will be given from the outset to maintaining the requirements of Section 75 at a time when the history of the pandemic has shown they're most needed?
So I think this is all part of the inquiry's work and what will feed into what we will do. I think we've been able to bring forward some of the transformation work that we would want to see across our systems. The fact that we now have a chief scientific advisor that would help our decision making and our advice. I think there's been a raft of learning, even how we responded to the pandemic the whole way through. It advanced at each juncture. So there are lessons already taken on board, but the inquiry will help assist us in terms of perhaps legislative changes that are required. And I know on a wider issue of meeting with, for example, I want to meet with Disability Action in the time ahead. They have requested a meeting. I have accepted to meet because I think it's important that where legislative changes are necessary or required, that we actually start to progress them now through this newly formed Assembly and Executive, now that we're back there and working together. And I think that's where we're going to be able to advance some of these, particularly these pieces of learning.
Well, my lady, that may be an appropriate question for time.
Seems like you've just teed up Mr. Freedman. Thank you, Mr. Wilcock. Mr. Freedman.
First Minister, I think you've actually teed me up because I do act for disability action. And may I ask you about some quite emphatic evidence that you have given today that there's a need for soul-searching over the extent to which disabled people like the woman Joanne on the Inquiry Impact film experienced being forgotten and left behind. And if this, as you say as First Ministers, and I've heard other people say it before, is a small place and a small entity where directly or indirectly pretty much everyone does know everyone. I just follow up on something Ms. Dobbin asked you. What is your lesson learned about why politicians in this jurisdiction, who are otherwise deeply engaged in their communities, have not been as equally engaged with disabled ones?
So I can't speak to wider politics. What I can say is that I personally and my ministerial team from we've come into office have, at least two of my ministers have already met with Disability Action as to how we might progress some of the learning, particularly from the work that was taken forward around the lived experience of people with disabilities throughout the pandemic. So I'm committed to that work, and I will meet with Disability Action. I mean, I think I said this earlier, but I listened to I read Nuala Toman's evidence, and you couldn't feel anything other than, deep regret that was the lived experience of so many people. So I want us to learn lessons. I want to work with disability
Yeah, but
action.
if I may, because I understand and accept that you're accepting that going forward there needs to be much more structured engagement. But just thinking back to that time of crisis, why, given that not only the politicians, but in fact a lot of civil servants are deeply engaged in their communities, why do you think that disabled people's communities weren't engaged with looking back?
Well, I don't think it's fair to say that they weren't engaged with in a wholesome way. I do accept that it wasn't perfect, but I know that our Communities Minister tried to set out the level of engagement that she had taken forward, trying to work with groups, trying to provide support. We know that our Finance Minister tried to bring forward financial support to allow particularly community and voluntary sector and charities to do work on the ground. We know that our Communities Minister worked with the Education Minister around free school meals. That's for any child out there in society who needed that. We tried to do the food box approach, which brought it right down to grassroots level. We tried to do the community prescriptions right to people's doors. I mean, I offer all that to say these are the things that we were trying to do with our local knowledge, and that was community and voluntary groups on the ground. It was sports organisations. It was, you know, a whole raft of people that stepped up to help us to support people. Of course, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Well, for instance, we know that neither you, Arlene Foster, or indeed either of the ministers of communities ever met with a DPO, an actual DPO, or disability action at any time that the chair is looking at.
So I had agreed to meet with Disability Action, but unfortunately the executive didn't go forward at that time. But that being said,
only in January 2022.
when I was requested to do so, I did so. But I think, look, I want to be as open as we possibly can in terms of learning. I've set out some of the things that we tried to do. Mm-hmm. The Communities Minister set out some of the engagement that she took forward. But I know that with Disability Action, with a new strategy coming forward in terms of disability and how we can support people going forward, with legislative provisions that may come forward as a direct result of learning from the pandemic, I think we can do better.
Thank you. Thank you, Manny.
Thank you very much, Mr. Freeman. I think that completes the questioning, First Minister. I know it must be a long day and you must have very busy schedules, so thank you for the time that you've given us. And
thank you. Thank you.
And I think you may be the first witness who's offered to give evidence in another module, so be wary of...
my legal team might roll their eyes at me.
Exactly. Anyway, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
10 o'clock tomorrow with Baroness Foster and then ACC, a former ACC, Todd, and then on Thursday it's Ms Sue Gray, and then closing submissions.
That's right, my lady.
Thank you. 10 o'clock tomorrow.